Understanding security, a found.
Risk management and disaster recovery concepts, lesson 14. So let's go ahead and get started with the risk management process. This is pretty much knowing the processes and what makes the business run. So anything that makes is mission critical or business critical, you need to be aware of that and be able to know what functions are there to make your business run every day. What makes the business have money revenue coming in, and what you want to do is you you identify those functions and then you identify the vulnerabilities that could come against those functions. Identify the threats as well, and what's the business impact if these things are carried out and you lose certain functions to those business critical assets. So the risk management process of this is just kind of getting an overview of what is the vital points of the business and how do we protect those type of things. So once you figure out what's critical to the business, what functions can you not live without for a certain amount of time before the company actually is in a disaster recovery type of mode. Um, you need to go into the mission essential functions, and that's the knowing the maximum tolerable downtime, the recovery objective time, and then the recovery point objective. So the maximum tolerable downtime is the maximum amount of time that you can go without this function before it becomes um, a critical asset and the company is about to go under if you don't get it back online. So if your whole business is dedicated off one or two servers and those servers are down, and then whenever people go to your website they can't get to it, then you need to know the maximum time that you can actually be down before it starts to affect the bottom line, the actual profit that's coming into the business. The recovery time objective is a period that a disaster or that an individual system can remain offline. Um, and the recovery point objective is the amount of data that can be sustained until you need to actually recover that data. So you want to kind of point that recovery data point back to the time where you actually went offline. So now that you're aware of what the company has that's critical to functioning every day, we need to make sure we keep an eye on the key performance indicators. That mean time between failures and mean time to repair is very important to know. It's a, a actual algorithm that goes into determining how much time can a certain server or a switch can be down, and how much time can we actually lose by having it out of play. But these are things that you definitely want to, when you see those abbreviations, because on the exam they're not gonna spell these out for you. They're actually just gonna use the abbreviations here. Just know which ones are till failure, and then the mean time between the failures, and then the actual mean time to actually it breaking and then having it repaired with mean time to repair. Now, going into risk assessment and business analysis, this is where you break down the actual risk and how do you actually calculate it. And you want to make sure that you understand likelihood. What is that likelihood of the vulnerability actually happening to us? Do we actually have the threats um, to make us vulnerable and create that type of risk? And then what's the impact if it does happen to us? Are we losing out? Will we lose customers? Will our name be tarnished? Um, will we lose revenue? Will we be able to recover from this? And that's the impact of a vulnerability or actually accepting a risk. And then you have the business impact analysis, which is the process of assessing the losses that may occur in each scenario. So on page 586, We're going to talk about the two methods that are used to assess the likelihood and risk, which is quantitative and qualitative. The easiest way that I remember how to tell these two apart is quantitative will deal with more numbers, factors involved. So, the price of something, the amount that it's actually going to cost, where qualitative is more of a qualitative assessment. So, in quantitative, we're talking about the single loss expectancy. If we have a router that goes down, what's the single loss of that it cost us? How much was that router worth? And then that's normally added up to be your single loss expectancy. But then, if you don't replace that router, or if a server goes down and you're not able to have that back up, what is the annual loss expectancy over a time period, over a years, um, factored into that loss of that system? Then, like I alluded to before, qualitative is more of a qualitative type of approach to the risk factors. So they seek out to see what's people opinions of the risk factors. This is where you can kind of reach out to those those people who've been with the business the longest, see how they would actually gauge the risk, and then make your assumptions off of that. So now that you have your business analysis in place, and you know what is critical to the business, and then you know your likelihood and your risk that stands between you and the vulnerabilities, then you need to have a risk response, and those risk response could differ um, to any types of different ways. So I'm gonna go through the ways I have them listed out here. You got risk mitigation, risk deterrent, avoidance, transference, or acceptance. So starting back off with risk mitigation, this is where you see the risk, and we're gonna put some kind of tool in place to mitigate the actual impact of the risk. So think about your antivirus, where we can't stop all the viruses that are out there, but we can put this tool in place to lessen the blow if we were to be attacked by a virus. Risk deterrence is kind of like a block, or a to actually deter someone from actually attacking. So a simple way of thinking that about that is just kind of like having a fence around your building, but then having barbed wire around the fence at the top. So it lets you know that, hey, you can still come in over the fence, that's fine, but you're gonna have a tough time climbing over the barbed wire that's at the top. Then you have avoidance, where this is kind of like where we see the risk and the risk is too high, so we're gonna avoid moving in that direction altogether. If the risk is too high, and the only way we thought about going into that direction of let's say this new business venture, but if it's too high, then we might want to avoid that venture altogether, and therefore avoiding the risk. And then you have risk transfer. So risk transfer is kind of like accepting the risk, but if any damage is done, you can fall back on another company. So think about it as in insurance. So you have technical insurance, where um, if any kind of damage comes to you, or not to you, but to your equipment, then you can fall back onto an insurance company to replace the equipment. Now, it won't necessarily replace the data that you may have lost on your equipment, but they will be able, if you got a flood, then the risk was the flood, it flooded your data center, you can fall back on the insurance company to pay back for that new data center that you're going to get. And then you have acceptance, and that's pretty much you know cut and dry. You know that the risk exists, and you know that you're willing to accept the risk, and that's also kind of going into your risk appetite. So your risk appetite will gauge how much you're willing to accept. Okay. So, registers and change management. A risk register is a document showing the results of the risk assessment. Um, Going on to change management. Change management is a process that we use. I know that we use in our business to actually make changes to configurations, servers, any type of um, any type of major change to the system, to the network. You want to have a change management ticket put in, but it is a overall system for everyone to know that, hey, um, this server may be offline for a certain amount of time. These agents may be offline for a certain amount of time. So it causes you to be proactive rather than reactive. Whenever you're becoming reactive to a problem, then you're reacting to an issue, which kind of puts you behind a little bit because you have to play catch up of why did it have this problem instead of being proactive where um, if we plan to do, let's say, an upgrade, then we can see if that upgrade is going to bring on problems. And a change management system can put in a good stipular to um, letting everybody know what's going on with the changes going on within the network. Um, you need to know about the request for change. This is kind of like a formal way of asking or to submit a change to the network or to a system. So keep that in mind. And these change management normally has kind of like a change advisory board. So that'll be your higher ups, your C level. Well, I wouldn't say C level, but I would say higher ups, your managers of different departments to know what changes are happening. Because what happens in one department, another department may say, oh, okay, well, if you make that change, then that's going to affect what we are doing over here. And sometimes it just gives you a better overview, a better scope of what's going on in the network. So on page 593, we started to go into resiliency and automation strategies. So this is kind of stepping into the disaster recovery a little bit, but it's more on staying up to par, making sure that we can have, um, our business, our critical business functions always running at an available rate. Going back to the CIA, always having that availability there. So it started off talking about continuity operation plans, also known as a business continuity plan. So this is just basically a plan that shows these are our critical functions for our business. This is what makes us run. These are the scenarios that we think could hinder us the most. These are the plans and the actions we need to put in place in order to keep these things um, small as possible to not happen. So that business continuity plan is very important on having a day-to-day activities go on without any hindrance. Um, Going into high availability, that's kind of like when we were talking about server clustering and having load balancers going from one server to a next, having that, if you can't get to this server, if you can't get to this functionality, you always have this functionality. You can always have to go to this server and have that same functionality over there. So having that high availability is key. Fault tolerance is still going off of that high availability concept where fault tolerance and redundancy, what they do is you want to have an outlook of what could happen and then plan for it and actually have you know um, safety nets in place just in case servers go down, um, power outages go out, um, and in case of power outages, you have things like ups. A They're pretty much ups is something that you could put on your computer, servers, printers. Uh, they're pretty much these big black boxes that sit under the desk. And what instead of you plugging your computer into the wall, you plug it into the ups. The ups then goes into the wall, and what it does is just basically has a battery within that black box. And whenever power is cut to that building, then that ups automatically switches on, and it keeps up the system until power is able to be restored. Um, A lot of times it is created to, last several hours before, dying out. So it's always good to have these things on just in case you have power outages or power surges to actually cut that power. Um, uh, that section also talked about redundant components in network cards and drives and cooling fans on your servers. You have different drives that you want to have, multiple drives on them. And just in case any one of those goes bad, then you could pull one out and still run off the other five, let's say, and then, replace the one that's bad and then keep it moving in that regards. Also with cooling fans, you have one or two cooling fans on it to where, if one has a problem, then you're able to fall back to the next, and that gives you time to replace the one that's having the malfunction. So elasticity and scalability. Um, Scalability is just taking those servers, like I think I referenced this in the cloud section, where you can scale out or you can scale up. So in order to have a scalability, you either scale out to have more people join more in a cloud setting. So you scale out, you add more servers and more servers and more servers, and you add this way. Whereas scaling up will be adding more RAM, more hard drive space. Um, which is good too, but you constantly have to add based off of the traffic that you have. So scalability is just being able to have the resources for everyone to actually come and get. Now elasticity, remember, is just kind of like a on demand real time. Um, you know, you ask for more. Hard drive space, it is instantly given to you. There's no turning off a server, opening the casing, and then adding a new hard drive, or if you wanted RAM, there's no breaking down the server and actually adding more RAM. So that elasticity is kind of almost real time, especially in the cloud settings. So staying in the topic of redundancy, we want to talk about drive arrays. Um, in particular RAID. RAID is a system to where we have multiple disks all writing data, but if one disk is able to be removed or fail, then the data is not lost. Is still being recorded in a type of way. However, they have the redundancy and the fault tolerancy set up. So it's important to know each level and how they differ from each other, and then how many disks are required for each level. So we talked about load balancing on a application and a server standpoint, but we also want load balancing when it comes to the network. We also want different ways if our network goes down, or if our ISP, our internet service provider, has an outage for that day. We don't want to be kind of just waiting for them to come back up with a connection. We want to have different types of fault tolerance for that. So I knew in one of the banks that I worked for, they had a whole different ISP for the internet connection. So if company A was to ever go down, they could switch over real quick and have company B be a backup. Now the internet speed was much slower with them, but it was a connection to where yeah, again, you didn't have to go into being down or having that downtime and losing business that way. So just keep in mind that not only do we want load balancing in our applications, we want load balancing on our networks as well. So when talking about non-persistent, I want you guys to remember non-persistent and VDIs, um, virtual desktop interfaces. I want you to associate those two. Um, they're more likely going to be asking questions that have to do with some type of virtualization and how can we go back to a known good state, or how can we just not lose any data, just kind of wipe the slate clean. And that's non-persistent. Non-persistent is just you know we're working on something on an application, or we're working on an OS, but we don't need data to be saved to the next day or the next week. It can be easily discarded and then start anew at a known good factor baseline. So going back to what we said with the a hardening configuration is that when you set that baseline for a hardening standards, then for a VM that you can set your VDI up to have that baseline of all the standards. And then when you don't need that VM anymore, you can just kind of reset it back to that known good configuration at the beginning. So going into recovery sites is we're pretty much dead into disaster recovery. So this is going to be your alternate data center or your alternate work site or some type of site to where you can set it up to keep continuity going if you need to implement a disaster recovery plan. So um, three things to remember when it comes to recovery sites. You want a hot site, a cold site, and a warm site. So with a hot site, this is a one for one trade off. This site is set up to be similar to your everyday workspace. It has all the servers in place. It has all the data links. All your network configurations have been set up. Only thing it needs is to be switched over, quote unquote, switched over and then turned on to be live. So it's a one for one swap. Um, a lot of big companies have these hot sites. Um, so you're looking for, that 99.9% of availability, you're probably going to have a hot site somewhere set up just in case a disaster comes and you have to switch over real quick. So now a cold site is just the total opposite of that. A cold site may be just a building with internet connection, but it's nothing there to have the connection for your actual business to run and to be functional. So you're looking, if you have to implement a disaster recovery plan, you're probably looking for, you know, 3 to 5 days of being out of service and then set up that cold site in order to be a functioning site. And then, of course, if we said those two polar opposites, then a warm site has to be right there in the middle. It has some things, so it has some things that are critical, but it doesn't have all the nuances to make working enjoyable, I guess, or convenient. So it would have your major, let's say your major functions for the business to run, but it won't have Microsoft Outlook waiting for anybody to just come in and check their email. Where on a hot site could be an alternate place for somebody to actually go and work, and you would never know that they were at the alternate site. But a warm site may have an email server, the physical server ready and racked and have the connections, but it's not configured. It's not actually pulling down the real time data from the prod side or the production side into it to actually have that if it's ready to go, then it's ready to go. It's normally a day or two out of reach. So you need to take like a day or two just to kind of set the configurations up, and then you'll have a completely alternate data center. Now, in conjunction to the hot, cold, and warm sites, we want to go over the where do we want to put these at in geographical areas. So, where in the world, or where in the states, or what country do we want to have our data center located at? Kind of, sidetracking a little bit. This is why the cloud is such a good um, commodity. It's the cloud is everywhere. The cloud could be um, in Japan as well as in Brazil. It could be in Iowa. It could be in North Carolina. Um, and when I say the cloud, I mean data centers that host your data and host your application, host your 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 things that you need to have a everyday working ability. So a lot of companies right now are kind of considering the cloud to be their alternate data center rather than buying a whole building and then setting that building up to be a hot site, a warm site, or a cold site. So, but to go back to this slide, we're talking about the location selection. So, you want your for you want your physical building that's going to be an alternate data center to not be in the same location or the same vicinity as your regular data center. It defeats the purpose. I think we alluded it to a couple of weeks ago, where we said if a hurricane comes and it hits the whole east coast of South Carolina, and your data center is in the same city as your actual data center, then you defeated the purpose of having a backup. Both buildings could be out of power, could be flooded, or have damage to it, and then you defeated the purpose of actually setting up a site and having connections roll over to that alternate site. So you want to kind of keep it a state apart if you're going to stay in the United States, or you want to put it on the West Coast, or you want to put it up north if you're down south, or vice versa. And you just want to keep those miles away, because while it may be an ice storm in New York, it may be nice and sunny down in Miami, and that's where your alternate data center is. And therefore, while we can't connect, let's say through New York, we can bypass and make sure that we make connections to Miami and then get our data out that way. But again, going back to the cloud, that's why the cloud is such a way to go, is because it is not limited by that. And then it's immediate, it's pay as you go, is everything that you want in a data center, but it doesn't have any kind of limitations on it as far as physicality being. So that's in a nutshell location selection. But then you want, how far is too far? When you talking about having it in, let's say you got your data center here in Colombia, and then you have your alternate data center in Ireland, and Ireland is a whole day ahead of you. And does it make sense for you to transfer data that you made today to a data center that's ahead of you 12 hours? So just keep those things in mind. Replication factors of actually how much traffic is too much traffic to send across the network. Do you have enough networking infrastructure in order to hold that type of data across, in order to supply your alternate data center with the data, so if you ever need to recall it or you ever need to use it at that point in time, that you'll have everything that's up to date and you're not 2 weeks out. Now, in the last slide, you heard me say retention or replication. I'm sorry. Replication is backing up data. And we want to talk here about backing up that data, but more importantly, the retention of the data. How long do you want to keep the files that you're getting? Um, on the Security Plus exam, you're going to see 9 times out of 10, you're going to see questions that are geared towards how long you keep information, more so than how short you keep the information. Now, it's important to know both of them, and to know how long you need to actually hold on to things. But um, you can get in trouble for getting rid of information too quickly, but is more prevalent when you are supposed to be knowledgeable, that you're supposed to hold on to it for so many years after you obtain it. And so just keep that in mind when it comes to retention. And the retention policy is knowing how long do you need to keep this information, this data that you're creating every day, or that you get in from other sources. How long are you supposed to keep that? Also, is it supposed to be in a certain area? Can it not leave the United States? Do you have customers in China that cannot share that information, but they have with you, and now you have their information here in the United States? All those things fall under the retention policy, and just know the important part about it is just how long and how short can we hold on to data? So backup types on page 604. I want you guys to take a look at this table, learn the types of backups that we have in the industry. And learn if one of these types are ran, what information is left behind, and then when is it important to run the next backup in the same week. Um, Once you start to go through this table, you'll understand what I just said more thoroughly. Um, you will get, I will guarantee you will see this on the exam. Please go through, learn each type, and then what is left over after each one is ran. Right. So snapshots in this shadow copy service. Whenever you see these two things, just know that this is kind of like a freezing time on data, and that it could be used to go back to, kind of like when I was saying about the VMs and having that known good state. Snapshots are kind of that, but it's not necessarily a known good state. It's just a state in time where a snapshot, a capture was taken of the settings, the configurations, and we can roll back to that. Just keep that in mind whenever you see snapshots or volume shadow copy services. Going into disaster recovery exercises, so you're mainly to have two uh, disaster recovery exercises. Either you have a tabletop or a field scale exercise. So a lot of companies that I've been with, we have tabletop exercises where we will act out if as if everyone is in a disaster, whether it was man-made disaster, some type of DOS attack is going on against the company, and we have to be forced into a disaster recovery, or if it's an act of God, tornado hit the building, or a flood happened, or you get snowed out and then icicles cause a power outage. So we would go into these scenarios, and then everyone will sit and give their impressions on what they need to do in order to, one, keep the business running, two, in order to do their job for the day. And those talking out those strategies is a good way of having to see where you need to bolster your continuity plan and what tools you may need in place just in case the worst happens. Now, on the other hand, with a full scale exercise, you're actually acting out. So I had one company, we actually cut the power to our production network. So now everything had to fall over to the secondary company, and then we had to make sure that the configurations were correct in order to carry on with business just that day. But it's a full size exercise. It's a full scale exercise that we're actually practicing, hands on. Everybody's making sure that we can clear checks, that we can still take customers at on a normal business day. So that's a good way of acting out a disaster recovery plan as well. Um, After each one, though, we have a after action report. So it's a basic report of saying what have we learned, what could we do better, um, what can we implement here that caused us, this pain point here. So if we have pain points, if we have any kind of hiccups or roadblocks, then that after action report can be there to give us more guidance for the next time we have this exercise, or if we need to actually implement. So moving on to page 611, we're starting to talk about forensics and gathering evidence for the court of law. It first starts off talking about forensics and how it's the practice of collecting evidence from the computer. And this is true within the informational security realm. They also went over due process and legal hold, but with legal hold and e-discovery, it's important to know that uh, the data that is subject for uh, court usage, it needs to be held um, on a certain drive or whatever they deem to be the drive to have that data on, and then it needs to be in a such format that it can be used in a trial. Um, Anything other than that can have that evidence thrown out. So if you are ever put in a position to collect data for evidence for a court case, um, it's important to know the order of volatility, and this means that as we do work on our machines, computer is constantly taking information and then storing it in kind of a memory set, and just keeping a backup, a short backup of it. And if power were to be cut from it, um, you can definitely get that information back, but you need to go in a certain order to know where it goes at. So this order here um, will show from top to bottom which is going to delete the, let's say, the data first. I want to say cache, but um, cache is something of its own. So I want to say it has the memory of it. It loses the memory first from the CPU and registers and the cache memory, and then it goes on to the routing table, uh, the ARP cache, and kernel statistics. All of those are next. They don't hold them as long, and I'm all talking about if the power is cut from the machine. Then you want to check your RAM to see if your information is there. Um, then going on to temporary file systems. Now, once you get into the temporary files in the disk, you know the RAM or the memory there stays longer, so it's able to store itself there and take a power outage and able to show you that same amount of data the next time it's actually booted up. So going from top to bottom, you want to make sure that you check the top ones first, and if all in all cases, in certain scenarios, if you don't have to cut the power to it, don't cut the power to it. Make sure that you get the evidence that you need from the top, and then you can work your way down to the bottom. Going again with the time offset. So remember that all of these systems are still running off a synchronized timeline. And if you're ever doing some type of forensics and we're looking for things, when were they done and how were they done, then 9 times out of 10 we need to go and check our network logs, and to see if they're there, because a lot of hackers, what they a known tactic to do is to take away those logs and delete them and kind of erase that from the memory of the machine. And just you want to make sure that we are always on time with every other system. So the last thing we got is the system image capture. And the main thing what you want to know about this is that we're going to take something called a write blocker, and we're going to hook it up to our hard drive. So let me stop there. Let me kind of rewind back. So let's say if they come to you and they say, hey, we caught so and so doing um, transferring money that they shouldn't have transferred, but we can't prove for real that it happened. So we need for you to go and look at the logs, look at data transfers to make sure that this happened. And so what you want to do, instead of taking the actual machine or his laptop or her laptop or whatever, and going into it and then taking your mouse and moving files over, what you want to do is you want to set that off to the side, and you want to get what you call a write blocker. Hook your right blocker up to that laptop or that hard drive that's in that computer, and then you want to take a system image capture of that actual hard drive. And what that does is it creates a bit for bit um, image of what the actual machine is. So you can have a copy sitting on your own machine, and then you can go through and look at the different files that were open, websites that they browse, and you can do that without interrupting that that original system. Because what'll happen is that if it goes into the court of law and they can prove that you opened something by mistake, looking for something or looking for that forensics or doing forensics on the machine, then they can end up throwing that whole machine out because it's been tampered with. So that's why we use system captures, and that's why we use write blockers to avoid that. So just keep that in mind when it comes to running forensics. You want to actually get a image capture, and you want to get what is called a write blocker, so it prevents you from writing anything over to that machine.
Okay, let's get started. Lesson 4: implementing IAM, Identity Access and Management. Um, IAM is also a backbone of IT. This is where you're going to be talking about username and passwords. This is where we are going to introduce clients into our network, and we're going to give them permissions. We're going to give them groups to work in, and that's how we're going to uh, be admins over their accounts, is within this area right here. Now you can go on Indeed, LinkedIn, and find job titles with IAM in them, and it's still part of security or cybersecurity. It's a silo, its own silo. So it's very important to keep these topics in mind when filling out applications, because you could just be looking for analyst jobs, cybersecurity analyst jobs, and we could be just jumping over the fact that we could get our entry level job with a IAM job. So let's go ahead and jump right into it. Authentication. So when we want to authenticate, we want a user to come to our network and be able to say, "Hey, I belong here," and when I belong here, I want to do certain things, which is, in short, saying, "Hey, I come here to work. I want to be able to get to my email and get to my cloud drive and or my G drive and be able to share files back and forth, print to the printer, whatever the case may be. But I need to authenticate myself and let you know that I'm supposed to be here." This is normally where your password comes into play, um, and this is the whole basis of authentication comes in, because we're going to set that person up, but it's up to them to actually keep some type of authentication factor on them in order to justify them being there, right? Anybody who doesn't have this authentication, then of course is blocked from the network. So let's get right into it. Something that this is something that's obvious to all of us, is passwords or PIN numbers. So your PIN number could be anything from 4 characters to 6 to 8 characters. I normally see 4 to 6. And then our ever loving passwords is for every single thing that we pretty much do on the internet, and or in a computer or on a phone, by that matter. And this is a great way to um, actually pair up with your username. And so for a knowledge base, a user has to know about their username as well as the password. Um, the username is just as important as the password, but it doesn't have to be as complex. Remember, in encryption, we're going to apply some type of algorithm to our passwords in order to make them tougher to crack. And so with username, sometimes we could just leave that as the email address, or we could put it as the first initial last name, or it could be just your first name. Is according to how small the actual organization is really how the network admin is going to base, or the IT admin is going to base your username and how it should look. But it's normally paired up in what we call Active Directory with a password. Um, PIN numbers, on the other hand, are normally with mobile devices, and they normally are not on your computers, so to say. And I think that's because of the input. We can use full-fledged keyboards in order to input letters, numbers, and symbols fairly easy, whereas on a phone, it's probably not so great to put in a star and a exclamation point where you could just have that pin on, or now just have your fingerprint for it. Now remember, the longer the password, the better. But this is not necessarily an easy thing for users to actually get to and do on a daily basis. So this is a problem that we have, but we can put rules and policies out to make sure that we have a baseline and people can always follow that baseline. It has to be 6 to 8 characters long. It has to be a uppercase and lowercase. Um, it cannot be one of your 5 previous passwords. That's the reuse in history. Aging, it cannot be more than 180 days long, or maybe 90 days. 180 is a little bit long, but 90 days is pretty typical. And then you have that expiration and you have to recreate a new password. Normally, a lot of people go off of the NIST guidance, but at this point in time, really in our lives, I think passwords are pretty much easy for people to do, right? And I say that kind of smiling, but anyway, let me pull over my trusty little notepad here, and I'm going to demonstrate how we should make a password. Thumbs up in the chat. Do y'all have problems making passwords? Thumbs up. Or let me ask a better question. Do you guys use the same password for everything?
I sure do. I got like a good like 5 or 6 that I alter, like, I switch out periodically, but
Right.
I sure do use them same 5. I may switch a letter or a number, but yeah.
I'm not gonna judge because I'm in this boat too. But I could do better. I could do better. I know better. I could do better, but I choose not to. So let's go ahead. Let me show you how you should do it, right? You have passwords, but I want you to use passphrases in order to create your password. So passphrases mean I'm going to take a short phrase and then combine everything and just switch up some of the vowels in order to make my password. So I'm going to put um, Taryn is my son's name. I'm going to put I love Taryn. Right. So that's the first basis of my password. And then I'm going to put 1565 is where we live at. So now all of a sudden I have my 8 characters. Maybe I got 10 characters up in there, but I got my letters and I got my numbers. So I'm pretty good, right? Now the only thing I got to do is go here and change that I to a 1 and change that O to a 0 and then change my E to a 3. But I need some symbols, and I could put an exclamation point at the beginning or at the end, doesn't really matter. But that passphrase, this phrase that I just came up with that I should always remember, right? I automatically just turned it into a password. And the great thing about this password is that for some government sites, they don't even want you to create a word. So you may have like your pet's name and then some more characters. Their requirements is not even to have a English word in there because they have something. There's an attack called a dictionary attack, and that attack means that um, a hacker can take all the words in the English dictionary, put it into a piece of software, and then perform a brute force attack upon your password until it gets it right. So it kind of cuts times in half if you have an actual word in there. But since I went in there and I changed up my vowels, and you know what, I could stand an uppercase letter. So let me put that uppercase T. And if I'm feeling good about myself, I'm gonna put uppercase N. So I think with this, I don't even have words. I have no words. I have a bunch of jumbledness, but it's random. But yet to me and to you guys, because you see me do it, this says I love Taryn at 1565, exclamation point. And that's how I kind of want you guys to, you know, do you have to make a pass? Nah, let me not say that. Okay, scratch that. When you're making new passwords, try this method. More than likely, it'll take that stress off of trying to make something up out of thin air. Just take a simple, hey, I love cookies, and start switching up those letters. Give me 1 second. So we'll go over password managers next, actually. So good segue. I appreciate that. If you have problems remembering your passwords, we talked about it a little bit, but password managers is a good spot to put them in. And this goes for your phones as well as tablets as well as your computers. I have a password manager here on my. Do I? Yeah, I have a free password manager here called KeyPass, and I'll put that in the chat. KeyPass is free, like I said, and it vaults all my passwords from different websites. The thing about it is that I can only use it on my computer, right? Not necessarily can, and a lot of times the accounts that I want it for is on my phone, and my phone could have a passwords manager, but I don't trust that one only because I might drop it somewhere, or sometimes my Android be acting kind of funny and don't want to lock itself like that, and I don't want to leave it exposed. Majesty.
There we go. Um, so I guess I have a feeling this is gonna be segue into something later on, but there is a common thing that I continue seeing that's about like security of it. Like I will get notifications that says like your password has been compromised, or because there are certain like softwares like Life 360, Apple even has a built-in component where it searches for data leaks and it
Mhm.
reports back to you if your password has been leaked, or it'll say your password has appeared in a data leak. Can you give more information on that? Or like how does that whole thing work?
Um, I don't know if you remember last class I went over have you been pwned with the emails being compromised and data leaks. Well, anyway, um, if your password is out there, more than likely it is a, a victim of some type of data leak with that company, right? So imagine all your passwords that you're creating with these different accounts. When they have these leakage and they send you that random email saying, hey, some information may have been compromised or been leaked out, but nothing to worry about. You still can go to your account and do whatever you want to do. Well, it's a good time to go ahead and change your password then. Okay. Um, Now, to the point that what you're bringing up, I wouldn't say that somebody is actually looking at a list of passwords that you have, but I would say that they have information on you that you gave to that company. So I would say that that's a generic email that you're getting to maybe drive you to do something else with that email, maybe buy a product, ask for a service in order to protect you or something like that. But if your data has been leaked, then think about whatever data that you gave to, let's say, Twitter. In order to get a Twitter account, you got to give first, last name, birthday, and email address. And we haven't went over it yet, but that's what we call PII, personal identifiable information. So what that means is that I can take that information. Give me 1 second. I'm gonna get to that. I could take that information and then I can possibly look you up through other means and find more information on you. Now, with this, yeah, passwords can create. Now, there's nothing wrong with changing your password. Now, is this coming from? Where is this coming from?
Oh, that's from so OS, well, Mac iOS, it has a built-in like I guess password checker that's built into it. So I assume they like detect for data leaks like that and they report back to you. But this is directly from Apple themselves.
Yeah, which makes me wonder how are they monitoring that? And are they looking more into your information that day what they should be? So I have this thing of Gmail is always constantly, or Google is constantly looking at your information, in my opinion. Um, you can constantly see it in the advertisement that you see. Um, I think that they're directly reading your emails and then sending you information right after that, just in case you're thinking about buying something. And I wouldn't be surprised if this is part of that too, where they're not direct. Let's say they're not opening everything they that you got up and then they're closing it and giving it to you, but they may take some keywords that they see when they scan and may come up with that type of analysis and say, hey, it might be time to go ahead and change your password. But I don't know. It's like they do have some companies that say that they monitor the dark web for any type of passwords or personal information. I personally don't believe that, um, but mm, I don't know. As an advice, if you see this, I would go ahead and tell you to change your password just to be on the safe side. It won't hurt anything. It's just an annoyance, really, just to kind of, all right, I gotta change my password again. Any other question? So real quick, um, with the password managers, uh, it could be a whole application like the KeyPass one, um, but you see now a lot of them have this kind of notification here where they're asking you to have a built-in password manager within that browser. Um, I would stay clear of this because of if you're not updating your browser like that, then it might be compromised with it. And I know for sure everybody your browser doesn't necessarily get updated whenever you update your computer. You have to update it on your own. So I just went to the about screen and you can see how it automatically tried to check for an update, but this is not a part of a Windows update. So um and I think the same thing goes for the Mac OSs too, that you have to update your application or your browser on its own. And so keep that in mind. If you're going to use the web browser for a password manager, make sure it's up to date. Now, multi-factor authentication. This is very important. You will see this on the exam. You will see this wherever you go. Um, multi-factor is one of the best ways that you can protect yourself against um, ransomware. But you don't hear a lot of people talking about it. But it's something that once you get into this field, you'll start to see more people implementing two-factor or multi-factor, but we call it two-factor. you'll see more people implementing two-factor in order to defend against ransomware. And what ransomware does, whenever you double click a exe or to make that change on your computer, two-factor will step in and say, hey, I need you to authenticate this particular action. A lot of times back in the day, whenever we wanted to uninstall something, it will give you that ding, and then you have to put in the username and password in order to get by that particular thing, and then continue on with uninstalling your software. But now we're going to not only take your username and password, we're going to pair that with something. And then if you don't have that other factor, then you're not able to authenticate. So the main thing that you want to know are here, something you have, and then something else you know. So let's go over something you have, and that's typically going to be a token, right? And back in the day, they used to look like little keychain tokens, something to put in. It looked like a little calculator, and it read numbers for you. Give me 1 second. Let me pull it up. And this was a hardware token, what they called it, exactly like this. Now don't get confused with RSA being a algorithm. It's for this one, it's a company, but these 6 numbers would change every 60 seconds. And when you type in your username and password, it will say, hey, go to your multi-factor and then put in the code that you see there. And this code needed to be put in within the time limit, within those 60 seconds, in order for you to authenticate in the back end in order to let yourself in. Okay. So if I was a hacker and I was able to get your username and password, I still wouldn't be able to get into your account because I would need your authentication token that's associated with it. So that's something you have. Something else you know would be something you could pair up another pin with it, but we typically don't like that, right? Yes. We typically don't like the something you know and then something else you know, because those are the times where you get those 3 questions. They'll ask you where you're born at, first name of your, I mean, mother's maiden name, first pet, where do you work at the first time, right? We don't like those type of things because anybody that's doing research on you could, or knows you like that, could find those things out. So something else you have typically is what we're gonna go with. So those hardware tokens, and nowadays is on a software token. So Microsoft Authenticator, and I think Google has an authenticator too. That's you could download from the Google Play Store and be able to set up as your multi-factor. All right. So we already talked about something you have. Let's talk about something that you do. Something you are or something you do. So something you do could be a position that you're at. Maybe you're the only person in the legal department. And so if you go to the legal department section in that building, then we should have you on a particular IP address. And therefore, your username and password will allow you to be authenticated to a particular section of the network. Okay. Now, that's not so great, but we have other things that we can compensate for it and put you in a good spot to be secure. Now, something that you are, fingerprints and facial scans, you don't necessarily see those things with computers in the work environment yet. We are still dealing with different generations when it comes to who's coming to a building and actually working. So we have baby boomers, Gen X, Y, and I don't know who's after Y. But anyway, everybody's coming together. Some people are not cool with fingerprints and facial scans. Some people are. And that's our biggest case of trying to implement fingerprints to actual work environment. See, here's the thing is that I'm a cybersecurity professional, and I don't like to make passwords. If I could use my fingerprint for everything, I would. But is trying to get that over to people. It may be a generation thing to me, personally. I think that as older people retire and get out of the workforce, you'll see more acceptance of take a facial scan and make sure that you're supposed to be here, and let's authenticate you that way. But even if we take a facial scan, maybe we still want you to put in a username and password or a PIN. We won't have to be that tough after that. But that's the biggest thing is that a lot of people don't want to have their fingerprints on file, have their eye scans, because it's not necessarily taking all of the points of the face. When it does that facial scan, it's pretty much getting your pupils and making sure that the patterns there are in line. And I think the spacing between mouth, nose, and eyes are proper to whatever how you are. But here's the thing is that, as we grow older, um, you know, we're not guaranteed to look the same. So therefore I would still say go back to a fingerprint because it's probably not going to change. And plus you got 10 of them. So if you lose one, you can always use another one. Hate to say that, but that's what it is. But at the same case, if something happens to our face, or if I need to wear glasses from here on out, then I have to take a whole nother scan. Somewhere you are. Now, I said this kind of with the something that you do if you work in the legal department. Somewhere you are could work. So that's that IP location for you. Also, when it comes to VPNs, having a virtual private network is also going to be some type of two-factor because you need to actually authenticate with the VPN in order to get onto a private network or your work's network from your house, right? Um, this is probably not the most not proper, but popular way of having multi-factor authentication. You're probably going to see something you are and then something you have. And right now, I could tell you the hardware tokens and fobs are the is what you're going to see, pretty much. If not, you've seen some cases where Meta is asking for it. Some of your social media sites are asking for it for the business side of it. I don't think they ask for two-factor for just personal use, but I think you still can implement it. So real quick with the biometric authentication, there's two things that you need to understand for the exam is that when you put your fingerprints in, some devices may have a high rejection rate or a higher acceptance rate. And the one thing that we don't want is that we don't want one to be so outrageous that where it accepts everything, and we don't want it so outrageous that it rejects everything. We kind of want it to have a balance. And me personally, I think that goes against that goes to what maker it is. I have an Android. I'm an Android user right now. Android doesn't do biometrics great, in my opinion. It's fast, but sometimes I think it's so fast to where it's not even reading it. It's just letting me in. And well, one second. Isn't your unique fingerprint connected to an ID number though? It's connected to your profile. Now, when we set that profile up, if that profile has a ID number in it, then yes, it's all in that profile under your name. But doesn't, I'm not going to say yes for sure. It's all really about who's setting it up, what company is setting it up, and then, what's their policy on that. Let me make sure I get this right. So if you could not access the idea number about business for needing biometrics. Well, if we're going to put anything with our profile, that profile that's linked to our username is going to be on a server that's not necessarily easily accessed. We only got like a handful of people that's going to access that profile. And with that being said, just because you create the profile doesn't necessarily mean that you see passwords or fingerprint scans. All of those things are not carved up, but sectioned off, and not one person has access to everything. That goes back to what I said. I'm only going to give you enough room to do your job, and that's it. And a lot of times I have to do separation of duties. I think they took that out of Security Plus. But anyway, separation of duties means that I'm only going to give you enough to do your job, but I'm not going to have it to where if you miss this whole weekend or the whole next week, then we have to wait until you get back because you are the only one that has all of the power to do anything. And so I'm going to section that stuff off. So to go back to your point of, if they're going to link your biometrics in with your username and password or your ID, I'm going to section that off to where maybe only one person or two people only sees the biometric size of it. And even then, they're not able to see the actual pictures or anything unique to it. They just see a hash of it. So remember what I said last time, that hash is just a fingerprint, making sure that everything integrity wise is there, but I'm not actually seeing the actual data. That way I can feel better about the privacy, right? Because you don't want nobody looking at stuff. Nah. So good question though. Going back to the false rejection rate and the acceptance rate on this slide. Like I said, the Android, I feel like the fingerprint scanner is not, I think it's accepting too high. I feel like I can just put a part of my finger on at a wrong angle, and it still lets me in. Whereas I feel like the iPhone I had always, well, I'm sorry. Let me go back to the facial recognition with Android. Is that I don't think it recognizes my face at all, and then sometimes I feel like it'll let me in easy when I have shades on. And then I think when my son got my phone, it let him in. And so I don't like it from Android's standpoint. iOS, on the other hand, I think it has the best biometrics so far. I think it's on point. I think the only problem that I had with it was during the COVID area. It will not unlock with the mask or shades on. Sometimes I want to say it would unlock with my shades off with my mask on, but I still didn't have as much problems as I would have had with an Android. So that's really kind of going off of those two bullet points that we have there. The false rejection rate, you don't really want that to be blocking everything. It just needs to be absolutely perfect on letting people in based off the biometrics that it gave. So you have to place your thumb exactly right where you had it at. You kind of want to give some wiggle room there, but you don't want to accept everything, right? And those are typically known as FRR or FAR or type 1 and type 2 errors. So let's go into these hardware tokens. We already looked at the first one, the first traditional one, that one-time password, where it's going to have a counter like you see here and do a countdown and sync that code back up to a authentication server in order to give you access to whatever you're trying to get into. Again, these are being phased out by software tokens. The one that I use is Microsoft Authenticator, and I try to use that for anything that I have. And the wonderful thing about that is that if I change phones and I forget to bring it over, I could just, Lord knows, if I forget my password to my software authenticator token, then I'm in a world of hurt. But other than that, it's not so hard to switch devices and then put that same app on the new device and be able to authenticate to the accounts that you need to get to. Smart cards. This is another form of authenticating. It holds information on that chip. I had a smart card. I think it's downstairs, but you typically see these in the government sector, where they have a regular ID, but it's not necessarily the script on the back. A lot of ID cards have that black code script on the back. And when you swipe that, it may have some basic information. And I'm talking very basic, maybe information for a PIN, but not anything in depth. Where a smart card has that username and password and then some security groups on there that will allow you to see certain things that you're entitled to. And but in order to put that smart card in, you got to pair that with a username and password or a PIN, which is typically a PIN, because in the two-factor case of it, it's something you have, it's something that you keep on you, but it's also something that because you're going to pair it up with a PIN. Yes, it's the same thing, cat card. It's just another word for it, but it's typically a smart card. We already went over small soft authentication tokens. They're gonna look like this, but they're gonna perform the same actions. And so this is great for the days that we live in now, where again, devices change pretty much every year, and we can go from application to application and still have a two-factor there. Even if we were to leave the company, we can still keep our soft token authenticator and use it for our personal use if we wanted to. Or I think you can create a different profile on it and then use it for personal use as well. Any questions?
I actually have
No,
one.
sir. Oh,
No, you good.
I'm sorry. For another form of authentication, where you could say necessarily a SIM card, could be like hardware authentication. Because I know a lot of times, especially with now, it'll say that in order to operate a phone or at least connect to the network, the phone itself has to be authenticated with a SIM card. So, like, would that be underneath the same category?
No, that's more in line with just establishing a service with the telephone company. But in a sense, it's in the same ballpark of it does have a profile that's dedicated to the user. So they're going to create that SIM card to hold your phone number, and then whatever is attached to that phone number, think of that as kind of like your ID, right? That phone number is your ID, and so whatever is attached to it, that's how you could take that same SIM card, put it in a new phone, and download all your text from the old phone to the new phone, because it's following the SIM card, not necessarily the phone itself. Unless you got like iMessages that download to the cloud, which I think Android does too. But you get what I'm saying. that phone number that it has. The thing about that is that it's you're saying that it asks you to authenticate,
As in like to confirm with the network.
but you
I
didn't have to put in anything to say like only person that knows this is you.
well, it's like the phone needs that specific SIM card in order to operate. Like that's the way I can convey it.
Yeah, that's not authenticating. It's not so typically what I'm thinking about is I could take that SIM card and use it, and I can keep using it until you don't pay the phone bill anymore. Whereas you could take my cat card, my smart card, and you're not able to use it until you have the thing that I know, which is the PIN number. Make sense? Okay. Yes, sir. Clock.
Yes, in the military, we use the cat card. It looked like it had a RFID chip on it. And they used that. It had all your information on it. You had to insert the card into the computer or use it as to scan into some doors. But it
Right.
has all the information. Is that like similar to what you're saying with the card access?
That's exactly what I'm saying. So the military they look like these. At least the last time I was in, mine looked like this. And this bar script didn't have much information. It was this piece of circuitry that had the information on it that was specific to my ID.
Yes.
It so if I had a secret clearance, this chip would allow me, or it will tell the computer, hey, Mitchell only has a secret clearance. Do not show him anything top secret. It doesn't include that here in the bar because or the bar on the back because this can be rubbed away, and anybody in the military will tell you with all the movement it'll probably get rubbed off pretty quick. So it was only the chip that can hold the information, and you didn't want to damage that chip. If so, though, you'll just get another one. But yes, that's the sim. That's a smart card / cat card. I forget what cat. Oh, common access card.
Okay.
Did I go over this? Let's see. No. Okay. So access management, discretionary access control or DAC, and then mandatory access control MAC. So this is basically we have our username and passwords created. We have our client able to get into the network by a password. Now they need to get the files. They need to get a certain hard drive on the network, a share drive, and share some information with their coworkers. In certain environments, it will determine how they actually get to these files. In a discretionary environment, your manager will give you access if they see that you need access to it, hence the name discretionary. And what that means is that, and I'll show you this after the break, is that they'll go to your account and they'll just basically assign you to a particular group, or they'll give you permissions uh, via the group policy in order for you to see certain files. Before they actually give you that control, you won't see anything. You may see the file, but you're not able to open it, read it, or edit it. So this is discretionary. Mandatory access control is going to be based off of your clearance, or what are you able to see based off of your ranking in that particular company. So just this is how I said for the cat card, I had a secret clearance. And so that secret clearance didn't allow me to see anything from a top secret clearance or anything above top secret, if there's anything above it, right? But I could see anything below secret as well. So anything classified or unclassified, I could see. And the same thing goes for top secret. Top secret could see anything from top secret down to unclassified, classified. Now, this is all based off of the secret clearance, the labels that you have put on you before you even get started. So when we create your account, we will go ahead and have say, okay, this person has a top secret clearance. We can put that there. So now we don't have to worry about their manager giving them access to a particular file. We already gave them the access that they need. And that access will go onto that little cat card, that smart card we talked about. And then now that we don't have to worry about delegating that permissions out. And the wonderful thing about that is that as you change your clearance, you can have it changed at the admin side or at the IT side, and then it changes as you go along with whatever security clearance that you have. Security clearances are normally, from what I've seen, are normally given out by the company, or you have to pay for it yourself. And it lasts for a good bit of years. So whenever you're looking for jobs and you see these government jobs, they may ask for a security clearance on that because you're dealing with government material, resources, information, and so they want to make sure that it's secure as much as possible. So here's a diagram of that. Well, this is role based, but just to kind of go off of the discretionary, because I love the illustrations. If this is the manager here, this person, and I'll get to this, this person will delegate or have a discretionary that user two can see this particular file and that she cannot, or the opposite way around. That's in discretionary. But in the mandatory wouldn't, this person wouldn't have that power to do that. It will all be based off of what type of secret clearance they have, what type of clearance that they have. Now, role-based access control is based off your role, right? This is the simplest way I can put it is you're in the IT department, the legal department, HR, the group, whatever your role is going to determine what type of access you get to whatever files that you have, that they have available. Okay, so if they don't, there's no reason for an HR person to see anything in the legal department unless they have a neutral ground zone where they kind of have a folder there that they can put things in. Okay, so keep those things separated as much as possible. Then you won't have to worry about trying to see what all permissions that everyone has when they move things around, because people get promoted, people leave the company, people move from one department to the next, and you don't want that permissions to follow them all over, and you don't want somebody who doesn't need a lot of permissions having a ton of permissions, right? So always remember that when it comes to delegating access controls out. Any questions? So real quick, let's go over security groups. Security groups are similar to every other role-based control that access control that you've seen here. These security groups are put up in Active Directory, and what we do is we place people in there, and we have permissions set on the group versus the actual person. So whenever let's just say we have a special project going on, and we just need 5 people from each legal, IT, HR, and marketing all to be in a particular project, we may create a different security group and place 5 different individuals from 5 different departments in this one group. And then now they have access to really share files with each other. That's really all the security groups really kind of do. They allow others to work with each other instead of, hey, I can't get access to this. Can you grant me access? Hey, I can't read this particular document or edit it. Can you grant me access? So this is where we can do things on the back end, or you'll see these tickets come in and you'll have to act on them that way. Now, rule-based access controls is based off of rules. Instead of the roles that we have, instead of the actual roles that we're given once we are working for a company, it may be based off of the rules that we have. And those rules are just based off of whatever the document or the resource is. Okay. And so it may change from company to company, but it's basically built off a set of rules that's already established before we even give access out. Now, least privilege is what I've been talking about. I hinted at it earlier, where I'm just giving you enough permissions to do your job. I'm not giving you access to everything. I'm giving you access for you could do your job. But this comes in, before I can really do that, I need to make sure that my network is straight to where I can segment it off like that before creating a user and then trying to lock him or her down to a particular group. But this is where those security groups come into play at too. I'm going to lock down that security group, and then that's going to only give them a amount of permissions that they need to work. And if they need more permissions, they need to come with a ticket asking for more information or more access to things. I get tickets all the time asking that can they go to a particular site, and I give them access to that site. But in the beginning, when they start working, I tell them, hey, you're not going to nothing except for these 7 different sites. And if you can't get to these 7 different sites, if you need something else, an 8th or a 9th one put in a ticket, and I'll get you that 8th and 9th one. But instead of opening them up to the whole internet, let's try to get it down to a set group of sites, and then try to open that gradually. So account provisioning. Provisioning and deprovisioning needs to happen every year. This is basically going through Active Directory and checking to see if people are still at the job, or have they moved on, have they changed roles. This also may be where did they need to change passwords. You may be in an environment where they don't have a regular occurrence of changing passwords. And so provisioning is just making sure that things are there. Provisioning is making sure that we take things out. We prune off old users. The example that I got is I've been working for a college I haven't worked for them for 2 or 3 years, and I'm still getting emails. My account should have been provisioned from their AD account. Because if my account gets compromised, that IT director is not looking for an active account or a stale account to be any threat. But if my account gets compromised, then someone can get access to the internet, to their network, and be able to get inside their network through someone that hasn't worked for them in 2 or 3 years. So that's where deprovisioning comes into place, and we can clean up a lot of that stuff. A lot of times, deprovisioning happens on the hands of auditing and making sure your audits go right, and you can clean up a lot of that stuff. Also, that I got here is that contractors come in, and we give them access to our account, to our network. But then when the work is done, after 3 months of them working for us, we need to go ahead and deprovision that account and get it up out of here. Because again, think of me with the school. I'm a contractor. Well, I had access to this network for about 2 or 3 years now. That's unacceptable. You gotta be able to cut that off, and then if you hire me again or you hire that contractor again, give them a new username and password. But don't allow stale accounts just to sit onto your network. Being out there is basically creating a vulnerability waiting to be taken advantage of. So, along with that least privileges, you get the account restrictions. So, we can give access to people, but we can also deny access to people, and we can base it off of these things. We can base it off of your location, IP address, where you're located at in the world. So, say if I give you a VPN, or I'm gonna keep it simple. If you're at the school, that's fine. You can get onto the network. But if you step outside the gate, then you can't get onto my network. That's the geolocation factor when it comes to account restriction. Anybody that's in our network or on our campus can have access. But if you're from Russia or you're from Egypt, then you can't get access to our network. And a lot of times your IP address will tell you where you're from, and what location or what part of the world that you're in. Side piece note is that with all the IPv4s that we have in the world, every sector of the globe is sectored off to a particular public IP addresses. And so therefore we can tell if someone from Australia is trying to get in, or somebody from Hawaii is trying to get in. So it comes down to really trying to retract that public IP address back to the person, but that's a whole nother thing. Also, we have time-based restrictions. So are you trying to log on at 3 o'clock in the morning when we only work from 9 to 5 or 8 to 5? Is there a log on duration? Have you been logged in for 3 hours, but we haven't seen any movement on the network when it comes to your computer? Maybe we go ahead and disconnect you from the network if you've been idle for maybe 3 hours straight. For contractors, maybe we give you temporary permissions, because your contractors are going to come in and some of them are going to need special access, admin access. That's cool, but we just want to make sure that we segment them off from the network as much as possible. Maybe only give them read only access. Maybe we don't want to give them access to actually change information on our network. Last thing here I want to talk about is impossible time, risky login. So impossible travel time means that if you leave the network, if you leave outside the campus, and then all of a sudden you just left at 5, but then it says at 6 o'clock you log in from California, that's impossible, right? Unless you just got it like that. But that's pretty much impossible. Or you log in from England and I just seen you leave the campus. Those are impossible travel times. We'll probably block that with the GOPs, the group policy objectives, in order to do that. Any questions?
No questions.
No questions.
No question.
Okay, last slide, and then we'll take our break. So Windows login is typically how we're going to actually authenticate people in the workforce. You got Windows machines. You also got many other devices that we use to actually provide that username and password there. But you're typically going to see a local sign in or network sign-in. Now, this network sign-in is typical when you're in a place of business and you're on a domain. Do we all understand what a domain is, or is that new? Because I'll probably bring it up in the second piece.
Okay.
It's not new, but if you could just clarify that I got the correct understanding.
Okay. So a domain, when we create a network for the first time, we're going to create a domain in Active Directory, well, on our server, and everything that's under, think of the domain as the top of a Christmas tree, and then everything under that falls under that star that's on the top of the Christmas tree, right? And that domain houses everything from computers to printers, faxes, usernames, file shares, everything that entitles our network falls under that star on that tree. And so when you log into a domain, you're logging into that particular tree to get all of the resources. That's what I mean by a network domain. A local sign-in, on the other hand, is just for that particular computer. It may be on the network, but a local domain, a local sign-in is for, a lot of times, if you work with me, I'll say for the computer itself. It doesn't equate for the domain. And I might have to show an example of that. Now, and I'll just do it in the second half. I'll try my best to do it. Remote sign-in is going to be an action where we're remoting into the domain. Okay, we're remoting back into the network and getting all the access to all of those resources that we have. So another thing that I want to point out is that for a local sign-in, you may have a piece of software or a piece of file that came from the network onto the local PC. But when you take that PC home or you take that computer home and you're not on the network, then you're not able to open it because it's trying to authenticate back to the network. And we're not able to do that unless we have a remote back into our network, back under that tree. And now we are able to authenticate because that's where our username and password lives. That's where our permissions lives at. But when we take those things away and we go on a remote, if we don't have something like a VPN to kind of get us back into the network, it won't work. Now, I might have went off a little bit on that, but we'll try to straighten it up in the second half. Last thing here is that the Linux authentication, from what I remember, Linux machines, Macs, normally they instead of having a hash, they store their passwords in these areas right here. And I think this is the reason why they want you to encrypt that disk from the get-go, because that's a security a compensating control for having the actual passwords on the hard drive in this area right here, /etc. The reason why I highlighted that and the reason why that's important, because you're going to probably be asked that on the exam, for a Linux machine, where are passwords actually stored at on a Linux machine? And you want to commit this to memory. Okay. Any questions?
No question.
When you get your ticket in, you're going to say, hey, I need to, you're going to have Susan. She's going to start work on Monday. Let's go ahead and get her account created. We're going to come into Active Directory and we're going to create her an account. and we'll just fill in the information here. It's not nothing really crazy, so we'll say Susan. Take that out. Susan Jones, and leave that the way it is. Now, as you can see here, you see at mitchelltech.com. Mitchell Tech is the domain that we're on. And so when I build her username, which would be what I like to do is sjones at mitchelltech.com, that'll be her email address as well. Okay, so now her username will automatically be S Jones because this is where I'm going to put that there. Now, if I wanted to change that to, let's say, P2BEA, I can have it like that. And so what I would tell her on our first day is, hey, you're going to use the username P2BEA and use a generic password that I'm going to set up, because I'm going to hit next. And the next thing I got to do is I got to create a generic password for her. And this is an important part right here. Now, mind you, none of this is on the exam. This is all real world experience that I want you guys to just look at. And if you get the opportunity to practice this this stuff right here, so you could put it on your resume, saying that you do know how to create an account in Active Directory. Real big bullet point for your resume. So you're going to create a password here and double down on it, because whenever they ask you to confirm something, it just wants you to do that, right? But the one thing that we want to do is we want to make sure that this box is checked, that the user changes her password upon her first login. And we do that. Now, these other things, they have a purpose. So if a user cannot change a password, maybe we don't want a contractor changing their password and we give them a complex password. Or maybe we have a service account, and a service account is something that we use for a one-off. We don't necessarily use this account all the time. It's an administrator account. We don't really use this account. And maybe we don't want that password to expire. Or maybe, we want to have the account disabled. Maybe it's Friday and we don't want it to be active until Monday, but we want to go ahead and get it made so we're not trying to catch up as soon as we get there on Monday. Maybe we want to disable it now and go ahead and create it. And then on Monday, we have an alert to say, hey, go in there and enable Susan's account so she can log in. But for right now, we're just going to say, hey, change the password when you first log in. And so it gives you a rundown of what you've done. And that's it. Hit finish. Susan is added to the network. Now, here's the thing. She can only probably just log in and maybe get to the internet. That's the only thing that the group policy will allow her to do. But let's just say Susan is part of the finance department. So in this finance department, what we want to do is go back to her account, and we want to go to the tab member of. And here we want to type in finance. Do I even have a finance department in here? Probably not. Nope. Do I got a legal? I ain't got a legal. Let me see what groups I got in here first before I start looking like a fool. Let's just say Susan's a very important person, so we're going to make an administrator. So we're going to go to a member of, and this is how we put her in security groups. We're going to put her in a particular group that gives permissions to her account. Right now, her account is bare bones. It doesn't really have any kind of power to it. But right now, we're going to say admin, check the names. And so it's going to add her to the admin group, and now make her have the ability to make changes on computers. So let's just say she's coming on to the IT department or she's coming onto the cybersecurity department, and we're creating her account for that. We'll click OK, and now all of a sudden, oh, and this is an important thing too. Whenever you make a change like this, and an important change, and it highlights this apply button, always hit the apply. If you don't, and you just click OK to get out of it, it won't save the changes that you made. So that's putting her into a group. So if we go up here to the administrative groups, we'll have to go to the groups. That means I need to find the groups. Bear with me. I want to see if this is local or just for AD. So when I go into computer management is just the computer. It's not, I'm not looking at as things from a scale of the network is concerned. And so this type of troubleshooting comes with a little bit of time to understand why I'm looking here versus staying in Active Directory. And I may be getting off a topic just a little bit, but bear with me. User management, it's not computer management. Okay. So it being a domain controller, it doesn't have local groups, which makes sense. Okay. So never mind. I did put her in the group for the admins. Domain admins probably here. But that's pretty much it when it comes to creating a user account. It's not rocket science. It's just having the permission to do so. And then if Susan comes here and you need to reset a password, you would just simply right click on her name, reset the password, and then tell her to try it again at the password that you already put. Any questions on that? Nothing super technical about it. You can also create other things other than a username or a user. You can create printers that we may get into the company. And these are all the objects that I was talking about. We can create groups. So if we needed that finance group that I was talking about at first, create it there. Now let's put Susan in there. Check the name. And the reason why I check names and not just type the whole thing out is because when you get to a enterprise, you may have thousands of users, and knowing exactly how they're spelled may be a little bit daunting. So you could just spell the first name or last name or anything that's kind of particular for that particular user, hit find names or check names, and it should come back with the names that pertains to what you're looking for. Can y'all hear me?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Yes.
All right. That note taker kind of threw me off a little bit.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. So this is Active Directory, and this is a particular thing for a server. And this is typically going to be found on a local network, so or a domain network. It's not going to be found on your local machine. So even if you wanted to go to Microsoft and download Active Directory or a server to your computer, you can't really do that. You have to have a whole machine for that. And that's why I constantly point you back to VirtualBox in order to do said thing. Real quick, before we get out of here, while we didn't talk about it much, I wanted to bring it up that the group policy is also here too on this server. And this group policy is how we actually define the permissions that we give to groups. And so this is where group policy is going to be. If I want you to be able to make a change, I can set it in group policy here. If I want to force a change on you, and let's say force everybody to log off and then log back on and create a new password, I could force that here with the group policy. If I wanted you to if I wanted to just focus directly onto a group, let's say the legal group, and no one else, I can manipulate those things here in the group policy. Also, I wanted to show how that forest that I was talking about, or that tree analogy that I was making, is here with the group policy as well, where when you're talking about an Active Directory or a network, a lot of times they use that forest word where you can start with one particular top, and then everything kind of branches off in a downward motion. And it doesn't, just because you have one domain controller here, doesn't necessarily mean that it can't branch off into another domain controller and another domain controller, and they all fall under that one particular star that's at the top of that tree that I was referencing. So that's Active Directory. The next thing that I wanted to show you guys was Azure. And Azure is the online version of Active Directory. So also very good for the resume. If you can go to the go to Azure portal.azure.com and log in there to get started. Hold on, let me get that to everybody. To get started, just to kind of play around in it, is a good bullet to put on your resume as far as the type of these. Active Directory and Azure are software that you're going to see in the real world that we're using constantly, that employers are looking for constantly. So if you can get some type of familiarity with the software and it's free, it's really no-brainer to really just go around it and poke around in it and be able to talk about it confidently, so you can get that position that you're applying for and stand out among others. Now, doing IAM in Azure is pretty much the same thing, but it's prettier, right? You get your layout up here. You could do a lot more. It gives you a better layout and is more user friendly than Azure, than Active Directory. The thing about it is that in a real life scenario, your Azure is probably going to be connected to your Active Directory on the back end, and so you may have some users using AD for a quick response, but you may have other users using Azure and putting their entries in here and letting it replicate. The thing about that is that replication time may take 4 to 6 hours to actually talk from whatever server this is on in the web to whatever you have in the internal network at AD. And so to say it in another way is that it's quicker to make your changes in AD and then let it shoot out to Azure later on, versus making the changes in Azure and having it replicate back to the internal network. Okay. But it's still the same mission is still being done here. You can create the user and then you can assign said user to a particular group. And unlike AD, I have the groups here already created. And so I can put whatever person that I want into these groups. And now the pretty thing about it is that I can see how many members I got. I'll talk about owners in a minute. But I can put my users in here. I can add members. And if I had a list of members, I could just throw them in there, right? And this is going to allow me to have control over these users a lot better, because I don't have to worry about Taryn going into the IT group. He could just stay here in this finance group where I need him to be, and he can get access to everything that he needs to work. If he needs something from the IT group, then I will take that particular file or whatever, and I'll give him permissions to that. Or I'll make it available to him in his domain, so to say, right? But that's the importance of having these groups. And creating a group is no different than AD as well. Pretty much just putting your name and then create. And you have that separation that you need. And it all automatically applies that least privilege concept that we want to have when it comes to our users. So with Azure and AD, I think what I'll do on Thursday is I'll probably come up with a lab just to kind of get you integrated with Azure and create some users and put them in groups. And that way you can get familiar with it, and we count that as a participation grade, and you'll get that bullet point for your resume as well. So I think that's what I'll do. I'll write that up and create something for you guys to actually do a lab on.
That'll be perfect.
Okay, no problem. So hold on, let me ask, is there anything going on this weekend?
Regular football, Halloween.
For the classics, but I'm not going, so it's good.
Okay. Yeah, it shouldn't take too long. But I think this this will run real big on the resume when you could put that you're familiar with creating users and security groups in Azure, Microsoft Azure. Make sure you put that on your bullet point. But I'll set that up. And honestly, I wanted to show one last thing, but it kind of pales in the comparison when it comes to Azure. So real quick, get up in there. This is my for my company, Mitchell Technologies, and I wanted to show that you build the users a little bit the same way here. Where if I wanted to put everybody from this class into this business group, I just I create the user and I create your password and I link you up to a email. So basically, it's no different than any other thing. The only thing that I would think that would be different would be the only thing that I think will be different in this particular case is that I could put a two-factor on it. Now, that's not to say that I can't put a two-factor on from Azure, but it's typically that's where we'll get into the group policies probably need to be set up in order to, once I put that username password in, then I need to have it paired with a token, right? But with a web app such as working for Mitchell Technologies, whenever you log into, which is through Google, right? Whenever you log into Google with your Mitchell Technology um, email, then it's going to ask you right after you put the password in to authenticate with your soft token. But there's really nothing really different here. I ain't buying no more licenses. So still the same layout. And that's really all you have is just a first and last name, probably an email address that goes along with it. And this is what gets leaked. So if let's just say that stale account that I have two stale accounts. Well, I have one stale account, which would be Terrence on, right? Which is archived. So I did the right thing. But if someone was to compromise this one, then possibly they'll be able to see all of this information and then take this information and try to either sell it or compromise it even more. But here's the thing is that even if you was to click on Chris's on, you shouldn't see Chris's password. I hate if it does show the password, but you could reset it. So if I get a compromise, if I compromised that stale account, I could possibly get to another account, reset that password to what only I know as a hacker, and then go in there as somebody that maybe has more permissions than what I had as a stale account. That's how you scale up as a hacker. You're what they call traversing. And we want to eliminate that by putting those least privileges on. So even if you were to get to Chris's account, it's only but so much he can do because we locked down that account. That's why that's so important. So even if it does become compromised, hopefully it's only but so much they could do. Maybe send out some spam from that compromised account. But if you're going back to what we were talking about, where Samsung was sending out saying, hey, you probably want to change your password, that's information from a database being leaked out. And I would argue that they're probably maybe their security team seen that information was leaving out and they wasn't too sure on how to pinpoint it. So they said, you know what, send a vague message out and explain to everybody that it's probably a good idea if they go ahead and recycle those passwords. That's all I had.
Okay.
Share your screen whenever you can. And I'm going to step away for a minute. I'll be right back. But go ahead and share your screen.
Yes, sir. Oh, you gotta disable. Oh,
I got to enable it.
yes, sir.
Go ahead, try it now.
Okay.
All right, so let's look at the email. All right, so this came from the service desk, which I had it set up to do. I hope it gives you the right role, but we'll see. Okay, that you're now registered at a hot desk. So yeah, you're gonna use the email for your username, and then copy and paste that password in. Thinking about it.
Yeah, it don't seem like it. Yeah.
Not authorized. Go back to the login and switch the tab over to I am a staff member. Right there. Crap. Go to my tickets at the top. I don't understand that. What's under my profile?
Mm.
It seems like it already registered you. Let me refresh it on my side. I don't see you in the staff. That's what I wanted you at. All right. So right now I have you registered as a user, as if you were working for a company and you needed to put in a help desk ticket. You use this profile to actually submit a ticket. You'll see that at the top. I'm gonna go ahead and stop sharing your screen. I'm gonna share mine and try to get you set up as a staff member.
Yes, sir.
So this is the service desk. This is what I'm trying to get you to. This is the regular version. Can you see it? Can you see my screen?
Yes, sir.
Okay. So this is what I want to set you up with, so you can get that service desk experience. So you can see how I do tickets, open tickets, tickets that are actually assigned to me. We were going to go over this one today, unassigned tickets, and then these overdue tickets. But what I want to do is be able to add you on as a staff member. That's not right. You know what? Let me just add you as an admin. Let me see it.
So I'm someplace up here. It just ain't
I might need to go in there and delete you from the users. That let's go over to victory. Over to management. maybe they want to add you as a staff member if you was a user. Maybe. I'm still trying to learn it myself.
Yes, sir.
What's your Mitchell Tech email?
Oh, hold on. I think I got it on my phone. Been a while since I used that one.
Are you able to get to it on my email just to see the?
It's charman at mitchelltech.org. I think I can still get to it. I put it on my phone, so it should be. Let's see. Oh yeah.
Oh, okay. So hopefully that's in your Mitchell Tech email. Don't know why I didn't want to add that Gmail, man.
I try to remember how to get to it. Because it's in the other Chrome browser.
Okay.
There you go. Now, do I even remember the password to that? Let's see.
Might have to forget it. I mean,
I think I got it. It's been a minute. Give me 1 second. What this is? There we go. All right. I'm in there.
okay. I'm gonna unshare my screen. You share yours back.
Okay. Was this set today? Yeah. Okay. Why is it paused?
Say that again.
Let's see. Let me know when you're ready for me to share the screen.
Yeah, go ahead. Go ahead.
All right. Yeah, it says my screen sharing is paused.
Maybe it's something I did on here. Do you see a pause button at the bottom when trying to share?
It's a I was trying to hit resume share, but it don't want to. When I do that, it doesn't come off pause. This is a it's not the screen I want to share anyway. Okay.
I see it now.
All right. Is this what you sent me?
Yep. I joined the team. Accept the invite. So when you get the job, your remote job, that's how it's gonna come up similar to that, right?
Yes, sir.
Now we're gonna set your password. Go ahead and use a decent password. Yeah.
12
Nothing too simple.
Said nothing too simple.
Yeah, nothing too simple. I think at least one uppercase, some letters, and a special character. But this next part, I want to see if we need to walk through it or not. But
Oh, the caps lock on. um, it's the mental tech email address, right?
yeah,
Okay. Ah,
your, the screen paused again. Okay.
yes, sir. I need to relaunch Chrome, but I do that after we get done.
All right. Now, two-factor authentication. This is what I have set up on it. Do you have a authenticator on your phone?
I do. I had to have one for Ori Georgetown.
Okay. So go ahead and hit configure authentication and set that up real quick by scanning that QR code. While you doing that, I'm gonna try to get my Xbox back on.
Um, oh, this is different.
Say it again.
Said this is it's not generating the code.
Which authenticator do you have?
This one is hold up. My nope, that's not Microsoft. It just says authenticator. I'm guessing it's
Is there a little blue lock with the white
yes,
background?
yes, sir. Yep.
Okay, that should do it. When you took the QR code, did you see anything that says open EDR? Or not open EDR. It'll say Exidium.
Yes, sir. Hold on, let me do it again. Um, says O2, I guess PA. Anyway, yeah, it's taking me to open with. Let me try Duo. I used that before too. There we go. Let's see. Why does it want to connect to Google Drive for?
Mm.
No, we're not doing all that. Yeah, it's just a dry run right now. But we having all
Oh
sorts of
yeah, I mean that's the reason why we're doing it. You know what I'm saying? Just to get because I'm not saying that you need to do this at a particular speed at work, but you know, whenever you see something like this or somebody says, "Hey, can you help me set up my two-factor?" Normally I'll take them to that Microsoft Authenticator and scan that QR code and see if
Yeah,
we
that's
can
what
set
I'm
up.
using. It's, that's what I'm using. Yep, it's a Microsoft. Hold on, let me try this one. I had to have 3 of them up here, so nope, that's ID me. This is for
That's
the
the government.
IRS.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's giving me a link, and every time I try to I go to Authenticator, it's not generating. Scan this barcode with the Authenticator app to generate the. Let me try these. Let me try because I scanned it with my picture. There we go. I got it. Took long enough, baby. All right, here we go. There we go. Man, they ain't want to play with me.
Now that's tech, man.
That's not gonna even play.
I don't know why it's like you got too many. You ain't got enough dashes for the lines.
Yeah.
Weird.
1, 2, 3, 1, 4. Let's see what happens. Nope, because it ain't gonna light up. All right, here we go.
You don't have 3 and 3?
It just gave me that just now. I don't know why it
All right, now this is the backup codes, right? So what you want to do is you want to download this to a text file and put it in a place where you can find it. The reason why is that if you lose your phone or you lose your app or whatever the case may be, and it's asking you for a 2-factor and you don't have it, you can always go back to these one of these files, codes, and put it in and be able to authenticate and then set it up somewhere else.
Okay. All right. 6, 7.
Because if not, like you do, like how I did the other week, I forgot it. I couldn't get back in. I tried the 2-factor and everything, and I had to end up putting in a help desk ticket with Insidium to reset the whole 2-factor for my account. And they were pretty good with actually getting back with me, so I like them.
But I put it in my folder, my home screen folder, so I'll keep it in there.
It's just in case, because I can't reset it for you if you lose it. So
yes, sir.
And I don't have these files. So yeah. All right, continue to the platform, and then let's go ahead and get into real quick, just go ahead and knock those security questions out, because if you forget them, or that might be another option other than a 2-factor.
Yes, sir.
No authentication. Like I said, man, I tried my best to make this platform as intuitive, as not intuitive, but engaging as possible over the holiday weekend. And I think you're gonna learn a lot from it, man. I'm gonna have a lot of fun just kind of building it up. So it's something that me and you can go in there and check on a daily basis just to kind of, get things going. So
yes, sir.
all right. Welcome to Mitchell Technology Service Center. My name is Lee. I will be your guide. All right. So go up to applications at the top. And let's go into, you see Service Desk, and then you see Service Desk version 2.
Yes, sir.
Open one of them up, and then the other one in another tab. So just right click on one and just open it up in another tab.
I'm using I'm using what am I using? The MacBook. Where my
Oh,
mouse
okay.
at? Yeah.
No
And
problem. No problem. We could just because it's gonna be the same thing, just one looks different, right?
yes, sir.
But this is what I was saying, how you got the open tickets, the unassigned tickets, and then all your other categories off to the left.
Mm-hmm.
You got different categories at the top that you can use and navigate to. And I'll let you just, whenever you get free time, just go through everything, see what you got questions on, and just let me know.
Yes, sir.
But this is your typical help desk, service desk queue. I think it's CUE, Q. So if they, you get into a business and they say, hey, we done put 2 tickets in your queue, this is where you're going to go at and check those tickets, update those tickets, and then close those tickets.
Yes, sir.
All right. Now go to version 2 real quick, just to kind of show the difference. It's just an updated version. It looks a little bit more appealing to the eye with the little user icons off to the left, but nothing. It doesn't say anything different. So either you'll run into one or the other. You'll run into ones that we saved a little bit of money, so they gave you version 1, or we spent a little bit more money and we get a little bit more features with version 2.
Yes, sir.
Okay. But it's typically the whole same thing. Now, users normally don't see this side of the ticketing system. They see what you were logged into the first time.
Okay.
First time. That hey, you could submit a ticket here, and then they're able to check their tickets in that type of platform. But here, this is where IT people, we go and we check our tickets and then we update them. This is what you call the back end. I guess you could say it like that. Some people may use that terminology, the back end. Let me go and check my tickets, things like that. Any questions?
No. I like this. This interface, version 2 interface, look a whole lot better than. Well, I'm not saying a whole lot better. Yeah, it's more streamlined, I guess.
Yeah, it's more appealing to the eye. I'm not gonna lie. I mean, if we were shopping this off, which I'm hoping to do, I'm hoping to take this platform and shop this off to more clients for Mitchell Technologies and show them that, hey, we can put the endpoints on your PC, and then we can give them the link to the help desk, and they could put in the tickets from wherever, and me and you can see them, and then solve them, and then keep it moving.
Yes, sir.
Now go back to applications, drop that down, and go to RMM. This is the work I've been doing. So I got some clients for us to look at, and these are the agents that I have out there that's actually on machines, and some are running, some of them are already reported issues. And we'll get into this as we go along with these sessions. But you can, I got these there, so now you can click on the ones that I highlighted and just look at it'll let you drill so far into like file locations.
Yes, sir.
It'll let you remote into them, which I would not suggest. But
yes.
Unless you get permission from that person, because this is not just me and my household. This is, I think, 2 other households. Yeah. Oh yeah. This is real. No.
Okay.
You about to get this work. You about to get this work. So whenever I say, hey, we have an application out there, we need to make sure this application is off all PCs that's under our care. You can go in here and we can look in the application part of them and then tell that endpoint to take it off.
Okay.
So we'll get to that.
Yes, sir.
Yeah. whenever those names, those computer names are highlighted, you can click in them and then, you know, drill down into them to see the information that the endpoint has collected. Okay, so
Okay.
this is your typical dashboard. Well, this is my dashboard. Your dashboard is at the top, and I'll go over that in a minute. But this is what I go and look at my agent, see what's actually going on. All right, this is what I'm gonna check every morning to see who's out here wilding out, what I got to do. You know, I got some mobile devices. You see a couple of iPads in there. I even got a couple of Android tablets in there. So, and I got geofencing on them, so I know the locations of those tablets, those mobile devices. That's crucial for MDM management, mobile device management. So, all those things we talked about in Security Plus, this is putting the rubber to the road here.
I like this.
All right. Now, if you want to put an endpoint on your machine, let me know, or you can just go ahead and download it. I did put this endpoint on some of my virtual machines as well. So,
Okay.
Because remember, your virtual machines are, even though they're sitting on VirtualBox and may not be turned on, when they do turn on, they're connected to the internet, and they may be up to date and patched. They may not be. So it'll be good if you had an EDR system on it or an endpoint on it to be able to look at it from a high glance, from a high point to see what's going on with it.
Okay. What I do then is I use the HP to spin up a virtual machine. Because the MacBook, I don't have enough memory of it. Even with a solid state hard drive, the extra one, I just don't have the extra memory. So I'm gonna spin it up on HP. I think I can create a server and a regular machine, and we'll put
Okay.
endpoints.
Did I lose you?
Oh no, I was saying I'll spin those up and then I'll let you know, and we can put endpoints on those two.
Okay.
All right.
All right. So let me go ahead and go to your. Go back up to no. Go ahead and unshare, and I'm gonna share mine, and then we'll go through some more settings.
Yes, sir.
All right. So. Now this is the good looking version of Acidium. It's the same thing as what we just looked at over here. So it's
Okay.
not the enterprise users. If I go to the device management platform, as you can see, it's just kind of bland, but you know, it tells you everything you want to know.
Yes, sir.
This right here. Now this is where, you know, you can get the endpoint, and I'll go over that in just a second. Matter of fact, I'll just copy that, and you are seeing my screen, correct?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'll just copy that, hit next, finish, and close. All right, so this is the sexy version, if you will, of the same platform over here. You know,
Okay.
this is what you would want to, you know, boss walk up behind you and is like, oh, okay, yeah, man, the dashboard looks great. And this is what, you know, CISOs, IT directors, they're going to look at these. They just want to see the big numbers with the graphs, and that's going to indicate to them that they're safe or not, right? Because they don't have time to dig through this stuff. But you, as a security professional, you're going to go through and see, okay, I got 10 alerts. What's going on here? And we'll get to this on why this is wilding out like that.
Okay.
But this is when you look down into it. This is your threat hunting at a glance. This is how you dig into what's actually going on with the vulnerability. What is the hacker trying to do? Not saying that this is being actively hacked right now, but this is how you threat hunt. This is how you look through and you see what processes is happening on that computer to
Yes,
see
sir.
exactly what is the hacker trying to do.
Okay.
Okay. Now you can get a lot of information here. Time. We can see what's going on. Where is it? What's the location of it? Right. And then we can actually, what a lot of people want to do is they want to, I think I can show them. At least I don't know where it's at just yet. But they'll show like this work tree or like an event process, and it's just basically arrows pointing to this happened and then this happened next.
Yes, sir.
That's a lot of selling points that a lot of security tools use. But this is probably could be cleaned up just by changing some settings on this server.
Okay.
But I left it up here so you could be familiar with it. Now we can go into the event case over here. I think this is where I wanted to show that work schedule. I had to find it. But anyway, I'm not trying to go. I will make a session for us to dig deep into this. But
Yes, sir.
just right now, I'll give you a good overlay of what's going on. And I'm going to jump back over to this platform because I like it better. This is more, there's too much going on for me.
Okay.
But if you want to be over there, that's fine too. It doesn't show any less than what this shows.
Okay.
So the dashboard over here is a little bit different. But you still get your, you get your little nice graphs.
Yes, sir.
Things to print out to people, getting an overlay of the network overall. So in our network for Mitchell Technologies, we got 2 Androids, at least 5 iOSs. Not at least, but we have 5 iOSs, at least 2 iPhones. I'll say that, and mostly Windows machines. But I like this that it also breaks it down over here into device types too.
Yes, sir.
When people ask you what's in your network, it's nice to say, hey, take a look at the dashboard and say, okay, yeah, man, no, we only got 1 server in the that we're tracking. So if you see another server that's out there on the network, then we need to take a look at that because we should only have 1.
Yes, sir.
I'll go over ownership whenever we get to that, but it's basically you could set up different types of ownership as far as let's say if it belonged to the legal department, HR department, so on and so forth.
Yes, sir.
And then the all important, what versions are we on? A lot of IT directors, CISOs will want to know what versions that we're on. A key note to remember is that you probably want to be on the 1 version back than the latest version. Just because if we haven't tested out the new version, and let's say the new version is vulnerable, then and we already pushed it out to everybody, there's no way to really roll back until the new version comes back out. You get what I'm saying?
Yeah, because you get hit with a 0-day exploit, and if you're on the new version, you have to wait till a patch comes through to try to fix it.
Right. So we want to stay 1 behind. and then whenever that new one, because we know a new version is going to come, right? So
Yes,
we
sir.
just, whenever that new version comes out, we'll make a way and make sure that we're not vulnerable for the one that we're going to jump to.
Okay.
At least have some type of mitigation in place, that if we're going to move up, that we can have something in place just in case we become, that vulnerability makes us more risk aware to risk acceptable to what we're comfortable with.
Yes, sir. Now,
All
let
right.
me ask you a question.
Yeah.
In that regard, that is for like operating system, iOS's or Windows operating systems. What I'm looking at here is regarding Android, Windows, and Mac OS operating systems that you want to stay one version behind. Is that what you're referring to?
No, not in regards to that. But you can look at it. So we'll have a conversation about it, right? So if we're like in our network here, let's say we call this give me a business name. Harmon Enterprise.
Okay.
So for Harmon Enterprises, we got these clients out here right now, and we're saying that, hey, we're on Windows 10, but we know Windows 11 is out here, and they're talking about actually moving up after Windows 11 soon. Well, me and you will sit down and take a look at it and say, hey, all right, can we move up to 11 because 11 is more secure? You'll say, yeah, we can. Any applications that can't work with 11? No ally applications can. Okay, then it'll be better for us to just go ahead and eliminate the vulnerability of being on a later version of Windows and just move up to Windows 11.
Yes, sir.
Now, in certain cases where, like, I'm working for the industrial industry, a lot of our equipment, those conveyor belts, a lot of machinery can't work with anything but Windows XP.
Yes, sir.
So what do? We don't want to move up. Yeah, we can move up to Windows 10 or Windows 11 and leave XP up behind, but then we can't use the conveyor belts no more.
Mm-hmm.
So me and you will sit down and say, okay, all right, since we have to have XP, they can't be on the internet. All right, because the application could probably work without the internet. The application just needs to tell the conveyor belt just to move to the left, left. That's it. It doesn't need the internet for that. So we could just leave that computer on XP and cut off the network card for it. Make sure it doesn't have any network connectivity, or segment it on the network. Put it in its own VLAN. Make sure it can't get out. But you still run a risk of it being connected to the internet.
Yes, sir.
All right. So we'll go over all of this other stuff in upcoming sessions. We did the device list. Good stuff here that you can click through. User list. Everybody here. All right. Now the configuration templates. This is like GPOs. This is how we tell the device how we want them on our network. Okay. As you can see here, and the word of advice, if you're going to put one on your iPhone or something like that,
yes, sir.
To revise iOS. Don't do the first one that I had, which is down here.
Okay.
That's going to have you change the password like every 2 minutes and feed me off. But you can't go in here and change them. You got to make a new one and then change it. So if you go here to revise, this is what I mean. We tell the device what to do. So go to edit, and then we can find what things we want, but then we can go in here, we can edit these rules. So these are rules that we set. So in Harmon Enterprises, if we don't trust our people, hey man, let's just make sure that we give them a minimum of 6 on the passcode.
Okay.
Things like that. And we can tailor our policy off of these configuration templates. And then once we're ready to, well, let me get some more stuff. We can even do this. You know, we can lock it down if we really wanted to. No, you can't install nothing. No, you can't uninstall nothing. No, don't use the camera. No FaceTime. None of that. I don't want no hotspot or nothing. We can do all of that here by editing and pretty much just unclicking.
Okay.
But then once you do that, the way you get it to go to that computer, that iPhone, you have to download that app. So you have to download this endpoint. We'll go over that in just a second. But anyway, you got to download that endpoint on that device, and then you have to tell that device to look for this profile. And once it goes under that profile, then it acts the way I want it to, because this is the configurations I want it to have. Okay.
Okay.
So if I didn't want anybody to download Netflix on a company phone, hey, I might have to say, is it just Netflix I don't want? Oh yeah. Well, okay, maybe I don't want to block any and every app from the App Store. Maybe I should go in there and have it look for a particular app in a different section. But maybe, this is a widespread profile here. So this is going to hit everybody. And so if we're just going to say is this certain things we want, we're going to probably manipulate this profile to show that.
Okay.
Yeah, this is how it works right here. This is MDM.
I like this.
Right. Yeah. And so what I would suggest to you, you can go in here to these profiles, and just like how I got this test here, highlight it, and then clone the profile. Clone it, and then you rename it so I know it's you. And then you build your own profile on how you want it. Then test it on a machine or test it on a device that you want to put it on.
Okay.
And see if that's the type of reaction that you want. So if you had a nephew or a niece or something like that you ain't want them to, have stuff on their phones and stuff like that, yeah, throw this on there. This is a great way to do that. Same thing when it comes to Linux devices, Windows machines, Mac OS, same thing.
And I can do this on virtual machines as well.
That is correct.
Okay.
So let's jump to, go ahead.
You can you go back one screen? I want to make sure I get the right profile that I'm supposed to use. You want me to use the revised iOS profile as the template? Or it could be any of those.
You can do any. Once you clone it, it's yours. I
Okay.
don't care.
Right.
It doesn't matter, because what you're going to do is you're going to come in here and do this. So let's say we want to clone this Linux one, right? We're going to click this little, we're going to select it here in order to give us the options at the top.
Okay.
It's grayed out here. So we're going to select it. Then I say, okay, I clone it. It's going to automatically drop that down. I say this is these tests. I probably don't like the apostrophe. Testing out this new clone it. Now it automatically throws me in, but now I can go through, and if I had me a Linux box that I wanted on this profile, I can go ahead and throw it in here. I can go ahead and configure my antivirus to scan whenever I feel like it. This is what I'm going to do. Schedule scan. Real nice stuff. Go to my updates. When do I want it to reach out for updates? Find access control so that we can do enable the password protection. This is what we do whenever we're gonna, let's say we got a new client. Let's say, yeah, like you just joined the company. This is what I'm gonna do to your computer before I send you the computer. This is why you can't just do whatever you feel like doing once I give you the computer.
Yes, sir.
Because this is what we call locking down or hardening. I'm going to set the configurations up to what's the standard of the business. And then once I give it to you, and let's say you put in a ticket and say, I can't install iTunes on my my MacBook. Well, yeah, that's because it's not an authorized application for the business. I prevented you from doing that from the get-go.
Okay.
And it's done all here with these profiles.
All right. All right. I like this right here.
We'll get into data loss prevention too. This is good too.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, play around with these profiles whenever you feel like it. Or you know, if you got a question and you want to go through one next time, let's go through one, and then we'll throw a couple machines in there and see how it reacts. See how long it takes for that machine to actually talk back to this server and say, okay, no, I'm not going to allow screensavers to be put on this machine. Then we go test it out and we see if it works or not.
When do you want to do the next recording? I asked because during that time I already have the servers and the Windows virtual machine configured, but I would also like to put the endpoint up there in real time and then create the profiles for them.
So you want to put the endpoint on there and do a walkthrough of it?
Yes, sir.
At the same time? Okay.
Yes.
When you want to do the next
one? We doing it on Sundays, right?
Yeah.
Let's do. I was looking at the wrong month. How does the seventh sound? Is that good?
Yeah, that's fine. That's fine.
Okay.
At the same time?
Yes,
3?
sir. Yes, sir.
No, we did 4 today.
Yeah, we did 4. Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, that's fine.
Right.
Let me finish running through this real quick.
Okay.
And
yes,
then,
sir.
If we run over, is it cool if we run over a little bit?
Yeah. That's fine.
All right. So the security part of it, the endpoint, and this is where the antivirus is highlighted here the most. I think this is a highlight of this Exidium platform, just because it's a response tool that not only can it scan and look for a virus, it can also respond to it and isolate the machine and so on and so forth like that. People are paying hundreds of thousands of dollars for companies just to have this type of technology on their machines. So having that endpoint there, man, it's a big thing. I think this is if I can get this into a school system or a small business, and we could see this on a larger scale, you'll really get to understand where I'm coming from when it comes to the value that comes along with it.
Let me ask you another question then.
Yeah.
I have Trend Micro and Malware Bytes on both my computers, laptops. Now, with
Mhm.
this, does it interact with Windows Defender or will it interact with Malware Bytes and Trend Micro?
It will treat it as its own separate application. So it's not going to fight with those applications, but it's not going to work in conjunction with it.
Okay.
So those endpoints, a lot of endpoints can be on your computers at one time. So like
Okay.
here, I got Muninet on here, and it scans, right? But at
Yes,
the
sir.
same time, it doesn't talk to Acidium. And then the reason why I don't like it is because I can't look at it from any place in the world. It's just like how you're logged into the platform and you could see the endpoint that's on this computer that I'm sharing with you right now. And say, hey,
Yes,
Mr.
sir.
Mitchell, I think we need to take a look at it. Something's going on in the background. I can't get that much information out of here. It's just pretty much, hey, did you do a scan today? Did you find anything? No. All right. Well, this does that too. It does the scan, but I'm also able to dig like we seen in the earlier listing of it in the, what was it? What was it? And that was in, my bad for the silence.
It's all right. We're learning as we go.
I just seen it. We were just on it, right?
Yes, sir. But I'm trying to. Is it endpoint steps?
No, I was talking about the where it showed the threat hunting piece.
Oh, is that not the? Is that not one of the other tabs?
It was over here. Yeah, you're right. All right. So like your regular EDR, malware bytes, things like that. The company of whoever works for malware bytes or Microsoft Defender, they will see something like this that could be able to dig further into the files. But us being able to see this type of stuff right here,
Mm-hmm.
go, man. And then you can investigate. And once you start putting all this stuff together and you have a case on, you have a hunch, you see something in your firewall rules that says that you have some strange activity, and then you get to isolate that one machine. Let's take a look at the strange activity from the logs. Let's see if we can look at it here on the endpoint security portion of it. What did the endpoint see? And start digging down into it. Because more than likely, your regular A/B scan is not going to see this deep into the files.
Okay.
Hey, you actually got a memory leak, or this doesn't look this for some reason at some point in time. This amount of traffic is always leaving from this directory, leaving out and going to this particular address on the internet, which says that somebody has already infiltrated, and telling that that directory to send some information out to them. Your regular AV is probably just going to scan and look for signatures that they already know. Signatures
Yes,
are kind of like fingerprints of a known virus.
Yes, sir.
And that's what it's going to do. Hey, I don't see anything that I already know, so you're clean. This looks a little different. This looks deeper into it. And then, if you had some people that know what they're looking for, then actually, start to realize if you've been infiltrated or not.
Okay. All right.
All right, so
How do you,
let's go
all right,
back to
did you go back, get to that second tab? Did you go from the first tab? Is something on the first tab to get to the second tab that you open it up with?
this right here.
Yes, sir. Is there a tab on the first tab or a link on the first tab that opens up the second tab?
Uh, what tab? What tab are you talking
And
about?
so go back to the first tab, the on top, where they say edit meeting Zoom, and then the first one.
This
Yep,
one?
that one. Yes, sir. So what did you
Oh, how did I
click?
get to the enterprise?
Yeah.
Okay, hit right here, Exidium
Oh,
Enterprise.
okay. All right. Okay.
Let it do its thing, and then once it generates, you'll be able to go through.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
No problem. All right. Network management, we're probably not going to get much out of it just because we don't have real routers to be working with like that. But it's there. Now the applications, this is how, like I said, if let's say you read something and you say, hey man, I heard that the Zillow app was vulnerable on this version. Let's check to see who has it on their machines. And now you get a quick rundown of all the iPads that have Zillow on them. Now we can take that, highlight them all, and then we could probably say, probably drill down into it and then remove those apps. I want to say.
I saw something of that as, oh yeah, bulk installation package.
That's more on the how was that this bulk installation package is okay. Let's say if we were working at a big university.
Yes, sir.
And we needed to put these endpoints on 500 machines.
Mm-hmm.
We can come here and work with a package installer called SECM, or the new term is Jesus, I forget the new term of it. ECM EMMC, I think.
Okay.
Anyway, SCCM, Software Management System. They use that to take the endpoint that we will give them and then push them out to like thousands and thousands of connected computers. And they do this pretty much overnight. So this is how if you had like a hospital, right? New hospital just been built. You have 500 machines get put in throughout the hospital. You're not going to image each and every machine. You're going to put that machine in place, plug it up to the network, and now it's going to be listening on the network for that SCCM to give it the command to install Windows 10 or Windows 11, whatever. And then with that, it's going to also install this endpoint on each machine.
Okay.
So that's where the bulk comes in. That bulk installation package comes into play at.
Okay.
But with this, these applications, we could possibly go into each device and then probably modify the profile to actually take these certain applications off. But let me look into that and make sure the actual process.
Now it tell you everything that's on that iPad. Crazy.
Yeah, like I say, man. Hey, and that's just the first page. Slow down.
That's wild. Will it
So,
also allow you to go into my files as well?
no, I don't think it'll drill that deep because then it gets into privacy.
Okay.
Privacy laws you're going against. So, just seeing being able to see that much information is already intrusive enough.
Yep.
But to actually go into a particular device, you probably need to, if you need to see further into it, then we'll just run the remote tools.
Okay. That's wild.
They're gonna come up with something like this. Your administrator needs to remotely access your device, perform routine security maintenance, which will not interfere with your work. Please click allow to start a remote session. See how it works. So from here, now I don't see any changes to my desktop, right? But
yes,
here on the platform, now I'm able to actually drill down into this is what's actually on my actual file directory.
Okay.
Let me show you here. If I were to go to, let me see, that is program file. So see, you'll see how these kind of match up with each other. Intel, OEM.
Yes, sir. Oh,
this
yeah.
is how, if I wanted to see those files, but I don't know if I can actually open those files.
Okay.
So then you go into, do you have something that can read it? All that. I can download the file. I downloaded the file. Now that's risky. I'm gonna just tell you that up front. And if you're doing this, right? So you want to do this and know exactly what you're looking for when remoting into someone's PC. Now this is just the back end. So even though it's just the back end and they can still continue their work, they were prompted that you connected to their PC and they had to give you control. But like I said, if you download the wrong thing that was, above your pay grade or sensitive, let's say you got a secret clearance and you downloaded something that was top secret, now we got issues.
Yeah.
So always be careful on that.
Yes, sir.
But good for you is that you get to play around with this stuff, see exactly what you're doing, because you don't want to learn on the job when it comes with this. You know what I mean?
Yeah. Don't want to get started.
Right. So you want, you know what I'm saying? And the funny thing is that a lot of companies that I've seen, they don't even have endpoints that can go that far in between, like the remote session of it. They might have what I use, TeamViewer, or they might use Microsoft Teams to share the screen and stuff like that, or Zoom.
Yes, sir.
But when it comes to like those type of applications, when it comes to executing, installing applications, you're going to need that user to help you along with actually getting things installed. So,
yes, sir.
But I think there's still good stuff to look at and to learn. That's just one version of remote control. I think you can actually you could download this piece right here, and this actually let you remote into it and take over as if you're in that machine. So
okay,
this is a good thing too. All right. That's well, reports, we'll go over reports later, real later. These are more tools that you can look into if you want to. I haven't looked into them just yet, but they're here, they're free.
Okay.
So, yeah.
I have a question for you.
Yeah, my bad.
Do companies make rules about remoting into computers? Because like at a bank, I used to work at BB&T a long time ago. You couldn't just randomly open up somebody bank account and just be like, yeah, let me see how much money this person. That is an automatic fireable offense. Do companies also make rules like that? Is it like if we catch you just randomly remote into people computer without express permission, or if you have any like if that customer didn't give you permission to contact them to remote to the computer, that's an automatic termination.
No, it's a little bit not a little bit lax, like you could do it, just, whatever. When
Yes, sir.
you get your job in, you'll fill it out of, hey, I got this ticket for Emily. Emily she ain't been at work for 2 days. I need to get this thing closed, because the one thing about tickets is that even though Emily put this in, the time starts on these tickets whenever she puts the doggone ticket in.
Okay.
So if she's not there for you to get consent to remote into a PC, you got to do what you got to do. Okay?
Okay.
But pro tip now, if you do that, you log all of that stuff here in this response. Or
Okay.
some of them have notes. You'll say user was not in, remoted into her machine, fix the issue, close the ticket. You cover yourself yourself by doing stuff like that. Now,
yes, sir.
Let's just go ahead and just jump into this one real quick. So
Okay.
this is a ticket, right? Your normal ticket, right? So
Yes, sir.
Emily put this right in, and she put it in on the 26th. So we late on this ticket. The reason why we late is because of SLA time. So SLA is service level agreement. Service level agreement is a agreement that the higher ups have already made on your behalf to open it for users to open a ticket, and then for you to actually work that ticket and then close that ticket.
Okay.
When you get into this field, you will get to understand that SLA times can be a pain, because they normally don't start once you get these tickets. Okay?
Okay.
So you're going to be coming in at a higher level than help desk or service desk. So help desk, normally those guys, they just answer the phone and then they type these tickets up, and then they assign them to you. Okay?
Okay.
That's help desk entry level, where you're going to be coming in at a security level or more of a desktop support role or what have you. You're going to be one level above that. So a lot of times your SLA time has already started, and where you think you had 4 days to close a ticket, you may have 2, a day and a half, 30 minutes.
Good, no.
But you cover yourself, because you see here, whatever, you know what I'm saying? It's already going to let you know. And before you get out here and start freaking out, just say, hey, I received said ticket at this date. The ticket was opened up on the 26th. I did not receive my account until the 31st. So, you just putting that in there. Is it going to count against you? Yes, it's still going to count against you. But your boss will know that it's not your fault. Okay?
Okay.
Now, let's see what she got going on. Where did I read this thing at? Did I not do it for her? Oh, okay. So you go down here. This is the issue. having trouble setting up my work email on my iPhone using the mail app. Okay.
All right.
Now, that's just troubleshooting it. If me and you working through this issue right now, I would say, all right, Chris, have her call you up on a different phone or talk to her on Teams or Zoom or something like that with the iPhone in her hand. And let's see if we can walk her through actually setting up the email.
Okay.
But we also, before we call her up, we probably want to go over here to the platform and see if she has the right profile on her iPhone. Because remember, we can set them up with different profiles, right?
Yes, sir.
And so we may have a profile. Let's say, I can't. This is why I don't like this one. We set them up with different profiles here, right? And let's say if you were testing one out and you accidentally threw her phone into this test profile, and now she can't set up her email because of it.
Okay.
So we wanted to, double check, see if it's not in there. And if it's not, then you call her up and say, okay, walk me through what you're actually doing. And if you got it, more than likely, you're going to have the processes on a piece of paper, on a cheat sheet, and you're going to understand what's the proper steps to setting up an email. She's going to probably be missing some point. Maybe her email address needs to be changed. Her password is not right to her email address.
Mm-hmm.
And you just simply walk her through it. Once you walk her through it, and she says, oh, it's populating now, because I guarantee you, it's going to be probably a password issue. You tell her to calmly type her password in one character at a time.
Yes, sir.
She gets it right. It populates her email. She'll probably say, oh, you know what? I don't know what happened, but it just started working, right?
Yes,
she
sir.
says that, hey, it's all good. You say, all right, if you got any more questions or any issues, just give me a call. Glad to help you out. Put it right here in your response. Close the ticket.
Okay.
You see here. Well, come up here, type your notes in, save the ticket, post a reply, right? And let me see remote and all that good stuff. Right? And, right. Then close on reply, post. You can just go to your next one. That's Sarah. We overdue for this joint. The Sarah talking about. I wish it showed here. I'm gonna see if I could change that. Because normally I just scroll down a little bit and then I see the issue right here in the middle.
Okay.
This is same login, forgot my password. Right?
Mm-hmm.
So you tell me what you should do.
All right. So once again, you go and wait. Do you see if she's in that? No. Because she shouldn't be in there. So you give her a call, and ask her what was the last password. Do she remember putting in? Have her try that one more time. If that's not it, then you're gonna have to explain to her that you're gonna have to reset her password.
Yep. You'll reset her password on a Windows machine where?
On a Windows machine. Out now. Do I remember that? In settings. You know what? I don't know. I'm gonna have to play around with it. I don't know that one.
Yes, you do. You do know. If we're in an enterprise, we at Harmon Enterprises, we're remote. He's using a Windows machine. More likely.
Access and identity management. In the what's the thing called? We built these things on the thing. I know it. I know it. Do that now. But I can't call it out. I can't call it out of my head right now. But I know what to do with it.
Yeah, If you know the application, then that's the only thing you got to do.
Okay.
Reset her there. You make sure she log in, update the ticket, close it out.
I know what it's on the tip of my tongue. That's gonna bug me right now. Active Directory. Yeah. Yeah.
That's
Yeah.
it.
Yeah.
And there you go. Now, we'll go over the printer next time.
Okay.
That's pretty much it. Now, timesheets and all this good stuff, this is, you might see that, you might not. Some places might take them off, but, if you're salary, you're not going to be worried about time. But some places may want you to still put in your salary. You may be salaried and you still got to put in time that you worked because they want to show that they have productivity.
Yes, sir.
All right.
Something else I was about to ask you, but I forgot what it was now.
Let's go over this real quick. So the installation on this enterprise. So when you go over here to the enterprise application and you just refresh it, it's always going to come here with this. Now you can click this, don't show this time, next time.
Mm-hmm.
But the reason why I don't do that is because I don't like trying to find the installer. But
Okay.
it comes up with this installer first, and you can drop that down, and then you can pick whatever OS that you want to install that installer on. And once you do that, it'll switch it up. But then you want to hit this copy paste board, copy that link, and then throw it into a tab up here. So whenever you get your server up and spun up, you want to go ahead and have this endpoint ready to go to where you can either download it onto that server or maybe go on to the internet on that server and then pull it from that link.
Okay, that's what I was about to ask you. So I need to have that copied, and then once I get on the server, go to, I guess it's gonna be what, Microsoft Explorer, input the link, and then download the the endpoint.
Yep.
Okay, all right, I can do that.
All right. So make sure when you're doing that Windows server, you just pick the Windows configuration, and then
Yes, sir.
it should be easy.
Okay.
And it shouldn't do a restart, so you should be good on that too.
Okay. I think I took all that stuff off because it was eating up memory. I'm gonna have to download Windows 2016 server and another thing for a Windows machine and spin them up.
Yeah, that's a lot. That's a lot to have up there. I ain't gonna lie.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
But that's all I had, man. Any more questions before we conclude? I'm sorry we went over.
Yeah. I'm looking forward to Sunday. On Sunday we get to do everything in real time. And the more I practice with it, I think the more comfortable I feel about doing everything. Yeah. I like this. This is a gold mine right here. You just happen to find this?
Yeah, I don't know. I forgot how I came across it. No, I was looking for open source applications to do videos on, and I've seen Ethereum before, but then I was just like, something just said, man, just dig into it. And when I opened it up and went into the platform, I said, oh, this is it right here, because I was looking for something else to replace Ostra with.
Yes, sir.
And Ostra went there and changed up the profile. I was like, nah, I don't want to go back with them.
Phishing scams that may come out of that. And, just to, kind of keep everybody up, their guards up, make sure we pivot right.
But this is how you get everything under an umbrella, and you're not just trying to block one particular site.
Yes, sir.
Because while everybody may know of 777.com, everybody might not know about DraftKings.
Okay.
Especially, you know what I'm saying, if you're an older guy, you're not even really into social media type of platforms. You think social media is the big four: Twitter, Instagram, and it's not. You're not even think about DraftKings being a social media type of platform.
Yes, sir.
So that's categories. Okay, now let's get into the heavy stuff here. Now, these next three, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna throw all of these into the chat, right? And let's gonna go one by one. Well, let's just go one by one. I'll just throw one at a time.
Okay.
Because this first one is a is a site where they spoof Facebook. Let's see if we can and you may need to type it out if it's not going to let you copy it correctly. And then, if it won't let you copy it correctly, then, let's just go ahead and type it out and beat the odds there. But just, let's look at it in VirusTotal first.
Okay.
All right. So a bunch of people. Phishing, malicious, and you got some of the big dogs saying that it's malicious. And from go back, you see Bitdefender is a big dog, Fortinet is a big dog, Kaspersky big dog. All of these are on their radar. They're probably gonna block this before we even get to it.
Okay.
Right. So that's the great thing about it. But if you're at work, you see something like this, for sure, yeah, I'm blocking this. And that'll be step 2 of what we're going to do. So keep this in mind. But as you can scroll down and see, pretty much everybody blocked it, right? Or they say it's malicious. Now, here's the thing. This is a little tidbit, right? You see these people that says it's clean?
Yes, sir.
These are probably the people that you probably don't want to bring in as a vendor for your new antivirus.
Especially, what is this, criminal IP? Oh, okay, all right.
You know what I'm saying? And it's like, okay, and Acronis should know better.
Yes, sir.
They're a big dog, and it's not on their radar. And maybe, benefit of the doubt, maybe they didn't update their database just yet. Let's keep scrolling down. Let's see who else missed out on it. The funny thing is, Openfish says it's clean, but that's who I got this website from. So, okay. And maybe it's, it's the part of the failure on VirusTotal, and they don't have it updated just yet. But either way,
yes, sir.
Oh man, now it's just not coming up with your with your errors.
Yes, sir.
But okay, so yeah, that's where you may get some people saying that it's malicious, some people saying that it's not. Scroll back up to the categories. Let's take a look at those real quick. So those categories, let's go to details. And now we done changed. Now, even if they started off as a Facebook spoof, they said that, hey, we were social media at first, but now since it's deemed to be a phishing site, they changed the category of the site, which is great. Because now as a security professional, you know to look in this and say, okay, I'm going to put this in this group of phishing and malicious sites. Okay. More importantly, let's scroll down. We want the IP address. So scroll back up just a little bit, and let's just remember those A records right there. Those 2 A records.
All right.
So what we're going to do in our second part, we're going to take these 2 IP addresses and we're going to block all incoming and outgoing traffic coming to and from those IP addresses.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying? So now,
Firewall.
say it again.
On the firewall, we're gonna block those 2 IP addresses coming in and coming out.
Correct. That way we don't worry about any type of traffic. If they were, let's say, you remember when before we started and before you suggested the virtual machine, I said I don't know if they're listening.
Yes, sir.
Well, if we block it at the firewall, then we cut that communication.
Okay.
You dig what I'm saying? So that's the reason why we want to look at those A records and get that IP address, and then we'll take that and put it in on our firewall. So go back up to the categories one more time, and I want to show you one more thing.
Okay, 1 second. Let me write down these IP addresses right quick.
Okay. And make sure you say that this is for fake Facebook.
Okay. All right. And you said scroll back up to
the categories real quick. So now you see community. Click on community. Now the good thing about the free version of VirusTotal is that they'll still let people come in here and give community suggestions about those malicious sites or clean sites or whatever, however you want to put it. And this one doesn't have a particular comment yet. You can log in and say, hey, this site is a phishing site confirmed by OpenFish, and leave it there for anybody who may have any doubts, because they only had one person said that it was malicious, but they deemed it, they just don't know just yet, right?
yes, sir.
So you can always look and see what they're saying about it in the community section. Now let's see if you can copy that address from the top and throw it into a tab, and let's go to it and let's see what it actually looks like.
Nope, still won't let me. I don't
know what's going on with it. I think that might be the settings all the way in that the settings in that that VM.
I probably have to break it down and start it back over again from scratch.
Well, let's type it in. Let's type it in and let's go there. And you're gonna get the big red screen. Should maybe hit refresh. It should have gave you something. There you go. All right. So what do we see here? Google, but Chrome has already seen that this is probably a dangerous site. Matter of fact, this is by Microsoft Defender. All right. So this site has been reported as unsafe, right? Because we already confirmed that. Microsoft recommends that you do not continue to the site. It has been reported to Microsoft containing phish threats and may try to steal personal and financial information. We're going to click on more information. They give you more explanation about a phishing device, phishing sites, and we're gonna go to continue to unsafe site, not recommended. And this is what we may have to refresh again.
This is why I don't like
Virtual machine?
Edge. No, Edge.
Oh, Edge. Oh, okay. Yeah. It's blocking everything.
Open up. Do you got Chrome on this virtual machine?
No, I can put it up here, but I
No, don't
don't.
worry about it. Open up. I seen Firefox stuff, right? Firefox will pretty much let you get away with everything. Throw it up in the Firefox. See if you could paste in Firefox. I wonder if it was just the Edge thing that was messing with us.
Oh, the chat. Let's test this chat out first. See if that works. No, it didn't work.
Yeah.
That
Let's
right.
see what Chrome talking about.
Okay, I spelled it.
I am put https:// at the front.
Oh, I did the same exact thing. All right.
Mm-hmm.
That is GAR, right?
GARAZ. Sorry.
GAR.
Z.
Oh, okay.
.com.pl / All right, yeah. Now, let's try it again. Let's see if we can continue on to the site. See details. And ignore the risk and go to unsafe site. Click on the ignore the risk. Because we're trying to learn here, Firefox. Man, oh man. All right. Unshare your screen real quick. Let me show you on my side.
Yes, sir.
Matter of fact, we'll just do that.
You sure?
No, I'm not. You still gonna drive. I'm just gonna show you what it looks like on my
okay.
side.
Okay. Okay, I think I'm still signed into. You want me to stay signed into TeamViewer on the virtual machine?
On a version, yeah. They sign in and everything.
Okay.
I'm just gonna show you how it looks.
Okay.
So I'm gonna take it, copy the address, and then I'm gonna throw it over here to my guest. This is what you see. All right. So off the rip, you can see it, right?
Yes, sir.
Off the rip, you can see that one is already going to tell you that this is a dangerous site. This is not going to go anywhere. But the funny thing is that the certificate is good.
Yeah, that's what I was about to ask you about. This
is, sometimes you can't really go over that. And you have to be careful. And if you see someone on a site that's using HTTP, or if it's deemed to be dangerous, we're just not going to put anything into this site. Mm-hmm. Now, I don't know if it downloaded anything on the back end of my PC, but I'm not worried about it. But what I'm not going to do is you could put things into this, right? And I could put something here and hit that, and it would react as if I'm putting in the wrong materials. And it would ask me to do it again. Hold on, so let's see what Google says, because I don't know what it says. Server is overloaded. Please try again later. It already took my credentials. You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
So now somebody might look at that like, I'm trying to get into Google. It looks the part. That's how Google. Google. I'm trying to get into Facebook. It looks the part. Got the the colors right. This looks similar to what happens, but you don't see your profile picture or anything like that. It even gives you a place where you can go in and I think this is the forgot password link, but it does nothing. But you don't know what it's doing. You see those links at the bottom of my webpage?
Yes, sir.
Where it says MTP m.facebook/click.
Yes, sir.
Like, I don't know what that's doing. You know what I mean? It could be reaching back out to a home server somewhere. You get what I'm saying? So this is a perfect example of a phishing site, a spoof site, live out here in the wild.
Okay.
Look good too.
Yeah.
All right. So that's the first one. You go ahead and I'm gonna stop sharing and you share yours again. We're gonna put in the second one. The second one is for Yahoo.
Did you put that in the?
I put it in the chat, the Google chat. And you can close these out. Yeah, close these out. All right. And then that Google chat. And let's just go ahead and let's throw it in virus total so we can see that it is malicious and that it's
This
been
one right here, HJ88.
Yes. And what I'll do, man, is after we go through this lab today, I'm gonna chop it up and then I'll send it to you either in a Google Drive link or if I can upload it to LinkedIn, I'll do it that way and have you download it and put it on your profile. Oh, this is another thing I wanted to show you. Check this out. LinkedIn. So after this year's after the class is done, we're gonna be, you know how we give out that certificate saying that you completed the class or whatnot?
Yes, sir.
I got it now. And let me know if it look whack. Because if it look whack, I'll go back and change it. Where right now, what I want is to have that not say Mitchell Technologies, but say Wally K Foundation.
Mm-hmm.
Say Intro to Cybersecurity. Change that logo to the Wally K Foundation. But the most important thing is to show them credentials. And once you click that, then it can go straight to the certificate. Maybe I might change that little seal or whatnot. And then once you scroll down, it says everything that the student has performed in this class. And I list the name of the tools that you guys have used. So in theory, you could put this on your profile right now.
Yeah, that's why I asked you because that thing look amazing right there. Might even boost my so I can't see who's viewing the profile, my profile, but on average per week, I'm getting about 21 to 28 looks a week.
Okay. I seen that your friend list went up too. So remind you, whenever even when you post your like you post a cybersecurity story on your post,
yes,
it not only show up in my feed, it shows up on every one of those every 100 of your connections feeds.
Okay.
And so think about that's 100 times where it's posted on different people's feeds, and then their friends is looking at it and they might say, who is this guy?
Yes, sir.
Oh, let me go ahead and check him out. Or let me compare my profile to his profile. And then, that's why the profile needs to be on point whenever they do come and look at it, because you never know who's looking.
Yes, sir.
But yeah, man, I don't mind if you use it. I'll send you the link for it. And you can set it up the same way. Just put the skills of cybersecurity, informational security. Yeah, you can put 2021 too.
Okay.
And I don't have a official, because you see this comes from my Canva site. I don't have an official website for it, but I was gonna buy it, and whenever I do buy it, because I have to buy the domain, that's probably gonna be like $12 a year. Whenever I do buy it, then everybody can use it. But yeah, when you look at all of the bullet points here, I think this is the selling point. This is what I was trying to say to Dr. McBride. These are all the skills that you guys went over, and these are the platforms that you either logged into, except for Xenium, but you have that.
Yes,
And yeah, you've worked with all of these tools right here.
Mm-hmm.
So, matter of fact, I'll just go ahead and throw that in the chat, because that's the only link you need for on LinkedIn. Throw that in the chat. What's up? Yeah. Okay. You need some? Okay. All right, so I'll put that in the chat. And all right. So with that being said, okay, let's go over the changes I made in Xenium, or what I've seen. So looking deeper into Xenium, I put the EDR, not the EDR, but the antivirus on 2 of my machines. The one that I'm currently on, and then my personal PC downstairs. And the reason why is because I wanted the function to scan. Now, obvious question, I do not know why it says at risk. I'm going to find that out. I don't know how, but I am. It just popped up today, so because I just asked for it to be installed on my PC today.
Yes, sir.
But the reason why I didn't put it on all of my PCs as far as the AV is concerned is because I don't know how much it's going to cost.
Okay.
And I ain't trying to have these people break me like that.
Yes, sir.
So as you can see, going into the licenses, I'm already over. I'm over in my mobile right here, 5 seats. And now I'm over in the advanced endpoint protection. But I wanted that scan capability. So check this out. So if you go to security, the security section, and then you go to, you can scan free. No, I take that back. You can scan whatever has the antivirus platform installed on that agent. So I can scan these 2 tablets here.
The Samsung and what's that?
A Lenovo tablet. The crazy thing is about this is that I gave this to my aunt last week. So I probably need to get that back off her machine, or I probably need to delete this altogether.
Okay.
But let's save that for another day. But this is my father-in-law's tablet. And so I could scan his tablet, and I don't know any other antivirus that could scan a mobile device like that and give you, and maybe I'm wrong, but I don't know any antivirus that goes onto a mobile device such as a phone or a tablet, and you're able to scan and then see the results as if it's a PC.
I have to try that with because I have Malwarebytes and Trend Micro on my. I have Malwarebytes on my phone and laptop, so I can play around and see if I get the same output that you're getting with this antivirus update and see what happens. I don't have Trend Micro on my phone though, but I have it on both laptops.
Okay. And like I said, I could be totally wrong and sound ignorant in that, but this is the first time I could see it.
Yes, sir.
And so I had it installed on my two PCs, and like I said, I don't know how much these cost, but if they don't hit me over the head with it and be like, maybe, man, it's like $3 per agent, then I might throw it on a couple of more machines that I don't deem to be, well, I might throw it on a couple of more machines that I deem to be critical, and I want to scan and have it, be able to look into it deeper if something were to happen on it.
All right.
All
So
right.
go to, hold on 1 second. I'm trying to set my board up. All right. You said go to device, then security, then to, sorry about that.
Yeah, you can go to endpoint security status.
There we go. Okay. All right.
Matter of fact, let me get out of here. You share your screen. And I'll stop sharing. Let me make sure multiple participants can share. You share your screen, you drive from here on out, and we could take this and we could start the lab.
Okay.
And I can navigate you around the console.
Yes, sir. All right. So this is
All right. So my bad. Go ahead.
This is what you was looking at here.
Yeah. So the reason why I want to do that is because I wanted to scan at a certain time. And so highlight my PC and the GWTN at the bottom. Just highlight those two boxes, and then click that caret down right beside scan. It kind of gives you more options. The little caret down button. Yep, and do a quick scan, antivirus quick scan, and that's pretty much really what I wanted. Not to be able, because with Windows Defender, you got to go into each and every agent because we don't have a license for it to do it remotely in Azure. We have to go to each particular PC, set up a schedule for it, and then let it run that way. Here,
for your job at work or just in general?
In general, right now, me and you, like personal.
Okay.
But at work too, it's like well, let me take that back. At work, we still have a license. We have a license version of Windows Defender, and we can schedule those scans in Azure, and then it does it automatically. You get that functionality here, but I just don't know how much it costs.
Yes, sir. I got you.
But that was pretty much the only thing that I really changed here. Everything else should be the same. And I've been writing out what I wanted to go over as far as the categories for each one, but I'm going to save that for a later date. What we're going to do now is we're going to go and we're going to harp on malicious websites, and then how we're going to stop that traffic from getting to and from our network. So do me a favor. Make sure you save everything you need to save. Go ahead and stop sharing your screen and shut down everything that you need to shut down. And I want all windows closed. But don't shut down the Zoom call.
Okay.
Yeah, because this one like while I don't mind playing with these sites on my PC, I don't know what it might do behind the scenes. So I don't know if you have anything open that's logged in as far as a profile is concerned, banking statements, or anything, like a social media site. LinkedIn might be automatically logged in. And the sites we're going to, I can tell you right now, three of them are phishing sites.
Ooh.
So I don't know if there will be anything actively listening, but I highly doubt it. I already tested each one, and I didn't see any weird activity. So, and we're going to be operating in a incognito mode, so it's automatically not going to be on your history, browsing history. And once you close down that site, that window is automatically deleted. So,
Let me ask you this question: Is it
Mhm.
possible to pull up what we're about to attempt to do on a virtual machine?
Yeah, you can do that. I don't know if you have enough memory to do so.
Okay. Can you give me 5 minutes?
Yeah.
Because I can get my HP. I know I have enough memory on the HP and start up the virtual machine. Switch over to that, then the Zoom call, and we can continue to pick up from there.
Okay.
Let me go upstairs and get it and set it up. I'll be right back.
All right, no problem.
You want to pause the recording?
Yeah.
All right, I'll be right back.
All right.
That's not. I gotta try to remember how to add the PC. Okay, so that's up and running. This the other app that I have. So, give me 1 second, Mr. Mitchell.
No problem. Just getting a little snack in.
All right. I had another remote desktop for this one right here. I'm trying to find it. That's not it. Team view. That's what it was. All right, here we go. All right. What I'm doing here. Yep, that's it. Connect. Password. Okay. Let's see here. And you can't see what I'm doing yet.
Right.
All right, so I'm remoted into the VM. We need to go to a web incognito web browser.
Yeah. And on that team viewer in the lower right hand corner, tuck it in by hitting that little tab. All right, thank you.
Yes, sir. Okay, get rid of that. Now I don't really use what is this?
Edge.
Yeah.
You me and you both. But it should be in that. So new private window. Now, type in virus total. Let's go there first. So, like last time we had talk, I told y'all about virus total. And I listened to somebody else give a class on it. Did not know virus total was owned by Google. And so when I think the last time I showed you this, I uploaded a resume to it. And I said, oh man, if it's owned by Google, so you know what that means. Google got more information on me, right? Because I just all of a sudden just uploaded a resume thinking that it was just going to be to that particular company, but hey, that's how stuff get leaked, man.
Yes,
Anyway, but more importantly is that when you have a paid subscription to Virus Total, you can go in and see the files that people have uploaded. So not only does Google, the company, can see it, any person who has a paid subscription to Virus Total could see uploaded files. So imagine if I was a malicious person and you was uploading files at your job thinking that, okay, let's just make sure it's clean and it has sensitive information on it.
Yes, sir.
Ain't that messed up? And anyway, but this still is a wonderful tool to use when it comes to getting a hash of a file and then making sure that it checks among the top vendors on if it's malicious or not. From what the study says, they are checking among 75 different vendors. So do me a favor, in the top where it says URL, IP address, and domain, type in espn.com just so we get a good understanding that, hey, what a clean website looks like. And we could see, as you scroll down, all of these different antivirus companies have checked this, have deemed this website to be clean for the most part. There's no hidden links in there that would be malicious. Okay. Now I'm gonna drop something in the chat, and I want you to copy and paste. I gotta get to it again. I want you to copy and paste this into Virus Total. So in the chat, I'm gonna put this website, and let's copy and paste that into where you have espn.com.
Oh, yeah. I don't know if this one's set up as
with being able to copy and paste in. Troubleshooting time.
Yeah, I try to remember how to do this.
It'll be in the inputs, I believe.
Should be. That's it right there. Still do it. I think that would try something. Still want to do it. That's really how you're supposed to do it.
Isn't drag and drop. Go over to input. Keyboard. No. Mouse integration.
Carrot, yeah. What is this? What guest to host to guest? You put it in the host computer.
But if you had bi-directional, it should work both ways.
Yeah, I'm wondering if in order for it to take effect, I would have to turn it off and turn it back on. Yeah, and I hate doing that. I mean, it won't take a moment to boot back up, but then you got to cut that video. And
well, I'm gonna edit it anyway, so it don't matter.
Okay. Let me terminate this connection. Restart it. Sorry about that.
No, you're good. You're good. You're giving me a chance to open up these crackers.
Let me restart the machine. Settings. User interface. All right, booting it back up. Hopefully this will work. Come on, buddy. I need that 32 gig of RAM type speed that Gabe got.
Yeah, I know, right?
My HP got compared to the MacBook, the HP got some RAM on it, but 32 gig is a whole nother beast right there to deal with. I wonder how much that's.
Well, I know them gaming laptops or those gaming desktops. I don't know if he's on a desktop. Look like he's on a desktop.
Yes,
if I had to guess, but the RAM is what you're paying for.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Every time I seen anything over 16 is touching a grand or more.
I think the best time to get that though is what is it? The tax-free holiday when they're going back to school.
Yeah.
And that's the best time to get it right there. Because that's when I bought my HP. I'm thinking about, I had hoped to have me a job by this so I could just pay out of pocket and get me a updated MacBook and sell my old one to, freshmen going to college. Because it got 8 gigs of RAM and 120 gigabyte solid state hard drive. So that's all they really need first year college.
Yeah. And really, I'm kind of hesitant, stagnant on buying any kind of heavy duty laptop just because I think with so much stuff going to the web, going to the cloud,
Yes, sir.
I really think once they get like a super duper Chromebook type thing going on, and with Apple, I think it's going to be replaced by the iPad before you know it.
The iPad Pro. What's that?
Yeah.
I think they got a new one called iPad Max that's coming out this year.
Oh yeah.
I've seen some other would be specs on it, but I'm like you. That makes sense because basically my iPad Pro is pretty much the one I have now. It's an older model, 2020 model, but it's like a Chromebook.
Yeah, if you could put enough memory in it, and have people save to the cloud instead of on a directly device, you could buy a cheap little mouse and keyboard to go with it, and you could take it everywhere you want. And the only thing you really needed to do is just communicate with with the iPhone, and you're good to go. So
see, that's the thing I don't have. I don't have the iPhone. I refuse to get one of them.
I was on the iPhone trip, and then I tried my for the first time I tried a Galaxy, and I've been missing out.
On the iPhone or the Galaxy?
The Galaxy is a beast.
Welcome back to the good team.
Man, I didn't know that Apple. I didn't know the iPhone didn't do as much until I got on the Galaxy.
Do you have a 24 now, or you?
Oh man, I got a 22. My wife got the 24.
Oh yeah, how she like that one? Because that one got integrated AI in it.
Man, she don't use that stuff, man. I just be looking at that joint like so much untapped power just sitting there stagnant.
Yeah. Did you get the? How did they market the 22? It's up to 12 gigs of RAM, but you never get to that threshold. I've never gotten to mine.
No, I think I got I think I got the. I don't know. 12, I want to say, but I ain't too sure.
Mine is 12. It's supposed to be 12 gigs with 512 gigabytes of hard drive space, but you never really access the 12 gigs of RAM. I get up to 8, and then I just go ahead and clear the cache because it slows down tremendously. But with the 24, it is dedicated 12 gigs of RAM.
Let's see.
You're buying a mini computer though. That's all it is.
That's all it is, man. When I hooked it up to my monitor, and Dex came on, and I hooked it up to my keyboard and my mouse, and I was like, oh snap, this ain't nothing but a Chromebook.
Pretty much.
So I'm like, I was wondering, because that's my whole thing. I want to clear off my work desk and have a minimum footprint as much as possible. But for right now, I got to keep with the laptops. But if I could, I would just hook it up to the Galaxy phone and then just run everything like that. But I can't do like Zoom calls with you guys like that, because I'll be taxing the phone. But I know it eventually would get to that point.
All right, so I think I got it now. Let's go back into this. This private window. Let's hope it works.
They got you on the typo squatting.
You got me the typo squad? Oh.
Yeah, switch that
around. It's total virus, right?
Virus total.
Oh, okay. Yep. That's the reason why I didn't go through.
It'll be like, oh, yeah, got him.
That is in chat. No. Oh,
Still no.
still won't work. I'm sorry, Mr. Mitchell.
No.
The only other thing I can think of is I will have to actually do it this time. It's not pulling from
Give me 1 second. Let me think about it. Let me think about it. Open up. Can you get to a Gmail on this virtual machine?
Yeah, I have to log into my Gmail account. Send it to myself as like an email.
Or you could put it in like use Google Drive or Google Docs, and we could just copy and paste within the virtual machine. You know what I mean?
Okay. Let's see if I can find it.
Just open up another tab. Type in Google, and maybe you want to do it in if you remember your password for the Metro Tech Google account you got.
Okay. Yeah, I got it in my phone. Oh, I meant to tell you. Somebody in California, and I don't use this debit card except for 2 places, but somebody in California got my debit card number for one of my bank accounts. I was with my aunt. Hold on, let me pull this up. And I got a fraud alert. Somebody tried to join some kind of LA Fitness 24-hour center using one of my debit cards, which I've only used at 2 places.
Hey, did they change your number, or they
Yep,
just
they can't the card and I'm trying to find the thing. There you go.
So when you get logged into that, I'm going to start a chat with you. And sometimes this is how you work around those issues when it comes to virtual machines. Because you're right. Since we're all right, so go to those 9 looking dots. Yeah, let's go to chat. And I never use chat, but okay, you see where I just my name down there.
Okay, let me do this.
Test. Okay, so keep that open. I'm gonna send you that so you could copy. But like I said, yes, you're right. Since we're working with something malicious, you do want to be in a virtual machine.
Yes, sir.
But a lot of times it may not have the bells and whistles set up. But just keep in mind that it is connected via the cloud in somehow, some way. So we can always go through the cloud and get around those, copy and paste type of deals.
Okay.
And it'll be that third symbol when you right click on that again.
mouse don't there. Oh yeah, it's not gonna
You see those ellipses, those 3 dots that's in a row? Click on that. Copy link. And then throw it over there to Thingney.
Yeah.
Nothing?
It still won't
Try you doing Control V or
yes,
just
sir.
a right click?
Even within it still wasn't
Okay. Open up a go down into the middle of it, and where in the middle of the web page and see where it says URL. Back up a little bit above that, and then click on that tab, and then try to put it in the middle of it. Control V.
Nope.
Odd. Okay. Open up a notepad.
Let's see. Ooh, that is not what I meant. Now I'm starting to slow down.
Yeah, that joke again. See if you can paste it in there, just in Bing.
Nope.
It didn't copy it then. I don't think. Well, maybe. Let's go back to it. Let's go back to it. And this might be the security of Google stepping in, knowing that it's a, not malicious site, but it has malicious things on it.
All right, so now I gotta try to distinguish this from mine. Is this no? That's not what I want to do.
Got a lot of things going on.
Yeah. Oh, okay. I see what I'm looking at now. Hold on. I know what I did wrong. I had to cause the bottom panel threw me off a little bit. I was like, which one is mine?
That's what I say. I say, hey, close everything.
All right. Now I need to find where we're at. Drag and drop operation from detail. You just not showing me this?
It looked like it was hidden the whole time though.
It was not supported by guests. Make sure the guest additions are properly installed and running. All right. I need to make a note to myself to do that. That's the reason why it didn't work. So I might have to update the iOS file that supports that and then reinstall the drag and drop. Okay. All right. So now that I got that out of the way, let's get back to what we're doing. And what did you want me to do now?
Notepad.
Okay.
And it might not have copied because it's in those private that private tab. So you know what? Since it's in the open up a regular tab. Yeah. Well, we might have to close out of all of this, and we may have to log into Google again. But let's just close all of this.
Okay.
And let's go to Google and let's log into Google Mitchell Tech. Yeah, 2-factor.
Come on, come on, come on.
Okay. And go to the chat. Scroll down.
This right here is copy.
Yeah, copy. Yep. Copy. Go to open a different tab and go to virus total. Throw it up in there.
Yeah, same thing.
Hey, all right. Yo, just type it in. EICAR.org.
EICAR.
EI.
Oh, I did IE. EICAR.org.
.org. Yes. And hit enter. That should see it. All right. So here's the difference. So when you scroll down, you can see it's different than everything else that we've been seeing on Virus Total. We see that one vendor has said that, hey, this is a malicious site. And theoretically, they're right. Now, what we're going to do is open up another tab and then open up that site. Go to EICAR.org, and I'm going to show you this site.
Okay.
Now, you'll be at work and you'll be like, hey, is it malicious or not? Because 76 of different people said it's not malicious. Go ahead and hit that X right there. 76 different people said it wasn't malicious, and then only one said it was malicious. You go to the website because eventually, even at work, you're going to have to at least go to these sites to see if it's malicious or not, unless it's just, it wowed it all the way out and just like, no, I'm not going there. Adult sites or gambling sites or something like that. You know what I mean?
Yes, sir.
But if you don't really know what this is, then you don't know if it's malicious or not. And from what you see, what this is a site, as you scroll down, this is a site that allows you to download and test malware on different systems.
Oh.
So in essence, they're trying to help you because hey, we have something that every vendor should know about. And so it should, if you are able to download this, it should go ahead and fire off and said that, it should block and quarantine this file before it gets down to your hard drive.
Mm-hmm.
So, but I wanted to show in Virus Total how one vendor may not have been up on the latest and may see this as a malicious file. So,
Yes,
or a malicious site. But always good to have if you wanted to test out. Let's say if you get your job and they say, hey, we're going to bring in a new vendor for antivirus. We want you to test it out. Well, how do you test it out? Keep this website in mind on how to test out a particular antivirus to see if it actually works.
Okay, so let's try that in theory. Let's see something here.
Make sure are you putting in Trend Micro? Like, oh yeah, okay.
Okay, I like this.
And so that's a good way to see, like I said, if you had a file and you wanted to check it against 75 different people, different companies that do this for a living, then yeah, you could check it right here in Virus Total and see what's the problem with it.
Yes, sir.
So now let's get down to some other sites that are. So let's go in Trend Micro, go back, clear it out, and type in 777.com.
3 7.
Yep. So you may get something like this, or in our case, I seen this at the banking institution I was at. This is a gambling site. Okay. So your policy may say, hey, we don't support, you ain't got no business being on a gambling site at work. So we shouldn't allow that. This category should be blocked. The way you see that category is in the details section there. So go ahead and click on details. And you see how each website has a category. And you can, I forget what categories, all the categories they have, but I think it's maybe about 40 different categories. And gambling is something that pretty much every business is going to block across the board, unless, you know, you work for MGM Grand or something like that. You know what I mean? Like it's going to be something crazy like that, or you work for Prize Picks, or what's the gambling fantasy sport thing?
DraftKings.
Who?
DraftKings.
DraftKings. You know what I mean? So those categories play a big part when it comes to web browsing, and then what people can see and what they can't see. Because it's easy for me to teach a class and say, hey, make sure you block 777.com. But you as a security professional, you as a smart guy, you'll say, well, that's not the only gambling site out there. But and it's, you know, you could think there's maybe millions of gambling sites out there. Well, you can't block all of them, but you can block these categories.
That's what I was about to ask you next. Is like you said, you can't block all of them. You could block category, right?
Right. And if that category, if you know, when you register your website to be online, you know, they when you register with GoDaddy or Squarespace, they're going to ask you, you know, what category are you? What are you doing? Is this for IT? Are you selling products? Are you going to be in the marketing field, the marketing category? And this is how they put you in these columns. So this is, you know, how we're going to base people off of, okay, if we're working for a school, yeah, for sure. We're going to block violence, adult, maybe drinking, drugs. You may even want to block the category for some medical sites. And what I mean by that is we had a special case where this was back when Trump was about to get into the office, and abortion was a big thing. And so we didn't want our employees getting into fights about abortion. So what we do? Well, and before anybody loses their mind behind what the president is going to say, we just go ahead and block that whole abortion or that medical category. Because we're a financial institution, yeah, we'll see if anybody yells about it. We'll go ahead and shut that whole sector down.
And so that'd be like something y'all have like Monday morning meetings, like, hey, this could be a potential issue. I need IT and security to go ahead and block these keywords.
Yeah. So like every Monday where I'm at now, every Monday at 10, we have a team meeting, and we'll say what we're working on, any concerns that we bring up, what have you. And that'll be something that you bring up. Hey, I seen in the AT&T outage. Hey, I had, you know, I'm pretty sure everybody's aware of the AT&T outage. just be on the lookout for different phishing scams that may come out of that. And, just to, kind of keep everybody up, their guards up, make sure we pivot right. But this is how you get everything under an umbrella, and you're not just trying to block one particular site.
Yes, sir.
Because while everybody may know of 777.com, everybody might not know about DraftKings.
Okay.
Especially, what I'm saying, if you're older guy, you're not even really into social media type of platforms. You think social media is the big four: Twitter, Instagram, and it's not. You're not even think about DraftKings being a social media type of platform.
Yes, sir.
So that's categories. Okay, now let's get into the heavy stuff here. Now, these next three, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna throw all of these into the chat, right? And we're just gonna go one by one. Well, let's just go one by one. I'll just go one at a time.
Okay.
Because this first one is a site where they spoof Facebook. Let's see if we can and you may need to type it out if it's not going to let you copy it correctly. And then, if it won't let you copy it correctly, then let's just go ahead and type it out and beat the odds there. But let's look at it in VirusTotal first.
Okay.
All right, so you see how bunch of people flagged this one, right?
Okay.
You got phishing, malicious, and you got some of the big dogs saying that it's malicious and phishing. Go back, you see Bitdefender is a big dog, Fortinet is a big dog, Kaspersky, that's a big dog. All of these it's on their radar. They're probably gonna, block this before we even get to it.
Okay.
Right? So that's the great thing about it. But if you're at work, you see something like this, for sure, yeah, I'm blocking this. And that'll be step 2 of what we're going to do. So keep this in mind. But as you can scroll down and see, pretty much everybody blocked it, right? Or they say it's malicious. Now, here's the thing. This is a little tidbit, right? You see these people that says it's clean?
Yes, sir.
These are probably the people that you probably don't want to bring in as a vendor for your new antivirus.
It's especially, what is this, criminal IP? Oh, okay, all right.
You know what I'm saying? And it's like, okay, and Acronis should know better.
Yes, sir.
They're a big dog, and it's not on their radar. And maybe, benefit of the doubt, maybe they didn't update their database just yet. Let's keep scrolling down. Let's see who else missed out on it. The funny thing is, Openfish says it's clean, but that's who I got this website from. So, okay. And maybe it's, it's the part of the failure on VirusTotal, and they don't have it updated just yet. But either way,
yes, sir.
Oh man, now it's just now coming up with your with your errors.
Yes, sir.
But okay, so yeah, that's where you may get some people saying that it's malicious, some people saying that it's not. Scroll back up to the categories. Let's take a look at those real quick. So those categories, let's go to details. And now we done changed. Now, even if they started off as a Facebook spoof, they said that, hey, we were social media at first, but now since it's deemed to be a phishing site, they changed the category of the site, which is great. because now as a security professional, you know to look in this and say, okay, I'm going to put this in this group of phishing and malicious sites. Okay. More importantly, let's scroll down. We want the IP address. So scroll back up just a little bit. And let's just remember those A records right there, those 2 A records.
All right.
So what we're going to do in our second part, we're going to take these 2 IP addresses and we're going to block all incoming and outgoing traffic coming to and from those IP addresses.
Okay.
You get what I'm saying? So now,
Firewall.
say it again.
On the firewall, we're going to block those 2 IP addresses coming in and coming out.
Correct. That way we don't worry about any type of traffic. If they were, let's say, you remember when before we started and before you suggested the virtual machine, I said I don't know if they're listening.
Yes, sir.
Well, if we block it at the firewall, then we cut that communication.
Okay.
You dig what I'm saying? So that's the reason why we want to look at those A records and get that IP address, and then we'll take that and put it in on our firewall. So go back up to the categories one more time, and I want to show you one more thing.
Okay, cool. 1 second. Let me write down these IP addresses right quick.
Okay. And make sure you say that this is for fake Facebook.
Okay. All right. And you said scroll back up to
the categories real quick. So now you see community. Click on community. Now the good thing about the free version of VirusTotal is that they'll still let people come in here and give community suggestions about those malicious sites or clean sites or whatever, however you want to put it. And this one doesn't have a particular comment yet. You can log in and say, hey, this site is a phishing site confirmed by OpenFish, and leave it there for anybody who may have any doubts, because they only had one person said that it was malicious, but they deemed it, they just don't know just yet, right?
Yes, sir.
So you can always look and see what they're saying about it in the community section. Now let's see if you can copy that address from the top and throw it into a tab, and let's go to it and let's see what it actually looks like.
Nope, still won't let me. I don't
know what's going on with it. I think that might be the settings all the way in that the settings in that that VM.
I probably have to break it down and start it back over again from scratch.
Well, let's type it in. Let's type it in and let's go there. And you're gonna get the big red screen. Should maybe hit refresh. It should have gave you something. There you go. All right. So what do we see here? Google, but Chrome has already seen that this is probably a dangerous site. Matter of fact, this is by Microsoft Defender. All right. So this site has been reported as unsafe, right? Because we already confirmed that. Microsoft recommends that you do not continue to the site. It has been reported to Microsoft containing phish threats and may try to steal personal and financial information. We're going to click on more information. They give you more explanation about a phishing device, phishing sites, and we're gonna go to continue to unsafe site, not recommended. And this is what we may have to refresh again. This is why I don't like
Virtual machine?
Edge. No, Edge.
Oh, Edge. Oh, okay. Yeah, it's blocking everything.
Open up. Do you got Chrome on this virtual machine?
No, I can put it up here, but I
No, don't
don't.
worry about it. Open up. I seen Firefox stuff, right? Firefox will pretty much let you get away with everything. Throw it up in a Firefox. See if you could paste in Firefox. I wonder if it was just the Edge thing that was messing with us.
Oh, the chat. Let's test this chat out first. See if that works. No. Still didn't work.
Yeah.
That
Let's
work?
see what Chrome talking about.
Okay, I spelled it.
And put https:// at the front.
Oh, I did the same exact thing. All right.
Mm-hmm.
That is Gar, right?
GARAZ. Sorry.
Gar.
Z.
Oh, okay.
.com.pl/. All right, yeah. Now, let's try it again. Let's see if we can continue on to the site. See details. And ignore the risk and go to unsafe site. Click on the ignore the risk. Because we're trying to learn here, Firefox. Man, oh man. All right. Unshare your screen real quick. Let me show you on my side.
Yes, sir.
Matter of fact, we'll just do that.
You sure?
No, I'm not. You still gonna drive. I'm just gonna show you what it looks like on my
okay.
side.
Okay, I think I'm still signed into. You want me to stay signed into TeamViewer on the virtual machine?
On a version, yeah. They sign in and everything.
Okay.
I'm just gonna show you how it looks.
Okay.
So I'm gonna take it, copy the address, and then I'm gonna throw it over here to my guest. This is what you see. All right. So off the rip, you can see it, right?
Yes, sir.
Off the rip, you can see that one is already going to tell you that this is a dangerous site. This is not going to go anywhere. But the funny thing is that the certificate is good.
Yeah, that's what I was about to ask you about. This
is, sometimes you can't really go over that. And you have to be careful. And if you see someone on a site that's using HTTP, or if it's deemed to be dangerous, we're just not going to put anything into this site. Mm-hmm. Now, I don't know if it downloaded anything on the back end of my PC, but I'm not worried about it. But what I'm not going to do is you could put things into this, right? And I could put something here, and hit that, and it would react as if I'm putting in the wrong materials, and it would ask me to do it again. Hold on, so let's see what Google says, because I don't know what it says. Server is overloaded. Please try again later. It already took my credentials. You get what I'm saying?
Yep.
So now somebody might look at that like, I'm trying to get into Google. It looks the part. That's how Google, Google. I'm trying to get into Facebook. It looks the part. Got the, the colors right. This looks similar to what happens, but you don't see your profile picture or anything like that. It even gives you a place where you can go in and I think this is the forgot password link, but it does nothing. But you don't know what it's doing. You see those links at the bottom of my webpage?
Yes, sir.
Where it says MTP m.facebook/click.
Yes, sir.
Like, I don't know what that's doing. You know what I mean? It could be reaching back out to a home server somewhere. You get what I'm saying? So this is a perfect example of a phishing site, a spoof site, live out here in the wild.
Okay.
Look good too.
Yeah.
All right. So that's the first one. You go ahead and I'm gonna stop sharing and you share yours again. We're gonna put in the second one. The second one is for Yahoo.
Did you put that in the?
I put it in the chat, the Google chat. And you can close these out. Yeah, close these out. All right. And then that Google chat. And let's just go ahead and let's throw it in virus total so we can see that it is malicious and that it's
This
been
one right here, HJ88.
Yes. And while it says that, it's going to redirect you to a spoof site that looks like Yahoo.
Pages developed. What was that? Oh boy, my brain is getting old. I used to be able to look at it once and remember it and go on about my business. Now I gotta go back a couple of times. Make sure. Did I see that right?
All right, no matches found. Cool.
Yeah, I put that in there, right? HJAA pages develop /.
Put in the HTTPS. There you go.
Ooh.
Everybody seen this? Except for Cronus.
Okay, yeah. Yeah.
Cronus.
Is that so? Cronus supposed to be one of the big guys in
They're big dog. I put them. They on the job board that I showed you earlier.
Man.
Somebody so if I get a job with a Cronus, I'm gonna be like, hey, Chris, what y'all doing over there, man?
Yeah, we're not updating the definitions up there, it seems.
That's what it looked like. You know, if everybody else up on it, I mean, Fortinet up on it, and the Cronus should be, I think, bigger than Fortinet.
So let me ask you this, Mr. Mitchell. What do each company has different criteria for labeling what is malicious and phishing? Could it be that this website isn't meeting their definition of what is phishing?
Could be. I can't answer that across the board. But yeah, it could be that. But I'm going off of the signatures that it has. If we take, and maybe it just hasn't come to their knowledge that they needed to check that website just yet.
Okay.
Or maybe they don't have a big enough team to update the database.
Yeah, that's true.
So I can't really say the reason why they're not. And I'm picking at Acronis, and they still a big dog, even if I'm picking at them. But you know, when we check this last website, and if they still haven't, that's 3 different phishing websites we've seen, and they still haven't updated none of them, then I might take them off my job board, because it's just kind of like, I don't want you working at a spot where it's like your clients is going to be like, man, you got us hacked.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
So throw this up in a try to go to this in a browser, that web page, see if it lets you go there. And we don't have to try it in Firefox. We can keep it in Edge, and
Okay.
if I need to share, I'll share again.
Didn't mean to do that. Chrome back up. Yeah, no, there we go. It's Firefox, yeah.
Mm-hmm. I know the risk. Nothing. All right.
Stop sharing.
Yeah. And so this is what this one looks like. Nope, that's not what I want. Get out of here. Because I just looked at this. My guest still open?
Just like Yahoo sign on.
Go ahead. Put your email in there and see what you get. You know what I mean? But look at that photo. No obfuscation, no dots.
Yeah.
It shows you straight password.
Yes, sir. Yeah.
I mean, even if I overlook this, everything looks the same. I'm just kind of drowsy for the day. I'm just kind of going through the motions. And you'd be like, I ain't had to hit the I to see my password. They just got it open like that. Oh, well, hit next. You go to
Yep.
Yahoo's acting kind of weird today. That's weird. That's odd. They never did that before. Look at that. Still spinning. Hit forgot password. What'd I do? Nothing. Hit help. What'd I do? Ew. So they even got it to where did this just throw me to the legit Yahoo? It seemed like it did.
They got to be a spoof number, because if it's doing all that, and when you try to log in, it take you to a 404 page because it's already have your credentials. I'm guessing that number can't be real.
Want to call it?
It got to be a voice over IP that's rerouted to whoever made this fake website.
I can't trust anything right about now. Because as you can see, my
It went.
danger sign went away.
Yeah.
And if I hit sign in, see,
Ooh.
this is different. You get what I'm saying?
Sir.
But if we go back a couple of places, back on my man page, it's still trying to log in. But he probably see this link here is probably linked to a legit Yahoo page.
So, let me ask you: would this be the definition, a true definition of a man in the middle?
No.
Okay.
This is spoofing.
Okay. All right.
This is spoofing, typo squatting,
Okay.
not really typo squatting. This is spoofing and phishing.
Okay. All right.
Man in the middle
Was he put? I mean, the website is obviously fake, but when you put in your credentials, it goes to, I guess, whoever designed the website, as opposed
the hacker.
to the hacker, as opposed to hitting the actual Yahoo server itself.
Right. And I get what you got. That's the concept, but man in the middle is live.
Okay.
Man in the middle is like Gabe he been on this phone call the whole time, listening to our whole conversation and never said anything. And everything that we've been, passing back and forth, he's been looking at it the whole time.
Okay, I got you.
Man in the middle is more of you running a Wireshark testing in a Starbucks cafe versus anything else. That's you sitting on that web traffic, snooping, sniffing the network, looking at the traffic.
Okay.
This is just sitting out here like a fish. It's a bait. It's a piece of bait sitting in the middle of the lake, just seeing who bites. Oh, you bit. All right. Thank you.
I got you.
Now, now let me bring it home to you. Stuff like this is how you get people's debit cards.
Yeah.
Just saying. You know what I'm saying? It's like they take information, not saying that you went to a spoof site, but in order to get something closer to your debit card being intercepted, they had to get something close to you.
Yes, sir.
They had to have some kind of information about you. So what I would suggest to you is that bank that you got that debit card for, even though they're going to send you a new card, you probably want to change that using that password for that banking system.
Okay, I'll do that then.
Because if you went to a banking page that looked just like this and put in your username and password, and be like, that didn't work. Oh well, keep it moving.
The only problem is I don't use that card online. I use that card physically.
Okay, I'm not saying that that's what happened.
Okay.
I'm just giving the example of, hey, I've seen it. It could go this way.
Yes, sir. Okay.
So,
I'll change that password then.
That's what I would do.
Okay.
Either that or, somehow, some way, because you gotta look at it like they're able to get 16 digits and an expiration date and that security code linked back to you and your address. That's sitting somewhere for somebody else to see.
Yes,
and
sir.
they tried to go to a doggone gym to get it ran through. That's crazy.
In California at that.
Yeah.
Oh. Yeah, that was perplexing to me, because I'm like, dude, the only place I use that at is the liquor store on Killian Road. I ain't
gonna say that.
So,
I ain't gonna say that. But it may be, careless on their part.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And you can't help that. But what you can try to do is do what you can. And so the most you could do right now is change the password. At least change the password.
Yes, sir. I do that today.
All right, let me get this off because I don't know. He may be listening to he may be doing a man in the middle joint while this thing been spinning the whole time. All right, so I'm off. All right.
All right.
So, did you get? Go ahead and share your screen again and
You still
copy
showing
down.
yours.
Oh my bad. Copy down those IP addresses for that last page, and then this is the last site.
Oh wait, hold on. It was
colon / change that semicolon. HJAA pages.dev/. Yep.
and that one has 3 community notes, it seems.
Yeah, let's see what the community say. "27 days ago. Newly observed. These people out here in the wild today. This URL is presented in a sinking yacht antivirus anti-phishing list. Dang it, man. Well,
So-
Cronus need to get up on it, man.
This right here, the 19 out of 93, that means there's 19 reports of phishing versus 93.
Yeah.
There's not.
Yeah. And like, it could be of those the ones that didn't report, could be several reasons. We're gonna take that servant IP address and copy that down.
Okay.
Could be several reasons why they ain't updated. Don't take virus total as the end all be all. It's
Yes,
not, but it can hold heavy because it's Google.
Yes, sir.
Google's gonna always be, held in that regard.
And that was fake Yahoo.
Yep. Fake Yahoo. This last one is a fake. I didn't write it down. I don't know. But I think it's AT&T. That was weird. That was you?
Yes, sir. Yeah, it just let me know the message came through.
Well, I was about to say. You about to see me come out of character for real. All right, man, let's get off the thing.
Let's see here. That is Brandon. Nice.
I knew I shouldn't have showed Chris these doggone sites, man. We done got hacked. What to do?
Let's see. Let me write this down so I don't have to go back and forth.
Yeah. But this one's the reason why I wanted to show this one because they use Wix. And Wix is like Squarespace and GoDaddy or any one of these web browsing sites that allows you to build a site.
Okay.
But yeah, this is good training, man. I think that I'm gonna do this for a lab for the class too.
Yes, sir.
And I don't know how they'll feel about doing this on their own. I got to think about it more.
I mean, if they can spin up a virtual machine, that one. Oops. Is that right? Yeah.
Yep, that is. So 8 people said that it was. Now, peep this. of course, hold on. Acronis didn't. No, they said it was clean. All right, so Acronis is not. But look at Fortinet. Fortinet, I think Fortinet reported on each one of these sites.
Yes, sir. Yep.
And Fortinet is climbing. Kaspersky is up there too. But look at some of the big dogs that didn't report on this one. Scroll down a little bit. Bitdefender.
Mm-hmm.
Is Google on that? Go down a little bit more. ForcePoint didn't do anything. Google didn't say anything. Jupiter didn't say anything. So you have these. Is the community saying something about it?
That was my next thought. You read my mind. Nope, they ain't got no notes on it.
So, and this came off of Open Fish. Let me show you. Go ahead and record the IP address while I show you what it looks like. So you'll come here, right? Here, let's say, I throw this link somewhere in an email somewhere and say, hey, I've been working on your website, but I'm having some issues with this certain piece of it. Do you mind logging in and just taking a look and correcting, this, that, and the third? And it takes you here. You get your classic, hey, we don't know what's going on page. And all of these are clickable. But it's so important for us to, pay attention to these obvious informations here to say, hey, this is a dangerous site. But you can click on these, and now I don't know. See, this is where we say it again.
It changed up in the URL browser. It don't have dangerous anymore.
Right. So it's just like I don't know. I'm not too sure what's going on here.
So best practice would be to just not mess with that, right?
Yeah, that would be my suggestion. Just let's not input, like, for any one of those that we seen that was phishing. Mm-hmm. We don't need to input anything.
Okay.
But just in case they install something that we was not aware of, then we need to make sure we block those things at the firewall. And so you may be asking, well, Mr. Mitchell, how do you know if he's putting something on your computer right now? Well, you and me have user access control. And what that means is that, and I'm going to go ahead and get off of this. User access control means, you know how when you want to install an application on a Windows machine, it asks you, okay, put in a username and password for it. Mm-hmm. That's automatically on any Windows machine, unless you tell it not to be. Okay. And there's a setting to say, hey, nah, you know what? I don't think nobody will get on here. You could just install anything without, asking for authentication. But since we have those things automatically defaulted on, then I'm not worried about anything installing on the back end without my knowledge that it's not there, that I put it there.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And also, let me show this and share this too. To be even more careful on it, I can always go to the control panel here and look at the uninstalled programs here. What was the latest thing installed? Latest thing that was installed was Microsoft Edge WebView 2 runtime. I don't know where this came from, but I just ran updates. So it might have came in on the updates. And we talked about Exidium, that I wanted something installed there. Mm-hmm. So if I see anything new based off of the install date, then I can say, oh, snap, something got hold to me.
Yes, sir.
And I can get it off here. All right. So go ahead and share your screen and let's pull up on that virtual machine. Let's pull up your firewall.
You still showing yours.
Hey, my bad. All right, go ahead.
Late. I have to keep distinguishing between the my Windows icon and their Windows icon.
Yeah. So type in firewall. Scroll up. I can't see that. Oh no. No, let's look back for it in the start menu again. And you see Windows Defender Firewall. Yep. Okay. So this will be your host firewall. You could block it at the network side of it, but we're going to block it here for time's sake. And, just to kind of get you still in that realm of writing rules for firewalls. So we're going to say advanced settings. And this is your rule set. So remember, we have the IP addresses.
Yes, sir.
And so we don't need to know your IP address because we're on the host. We don't need to know that part. But we don't want anything talking to those websites, and we don't want to receive anything from that website, right? So
Yes, sir.
anything to it will be outbound. Anything from it will be inbound.
Okay.
So let's go into inbound rules. And we're going to say new rule off to the right. And we're going to say this is a custom rule. And hit next. All programs. Scroll up a little bit so it can be right in the middle. Okay. It could be any prototype.
Okay.
Because if you drop down that protocol type, let's just say we wanted to keep it with IPv4. That's cool, or IPv6.
Mm-hmm.
We don't know what pack protocols that they're using, and we're not going to take the time to try to look at any type of traffic coming from them or going towards them. So we're going to block any and everything.
Okay.
So let's go ahead and hit next. And throw in our these addresses, which yeah. So all the addresses that you collected, yep.
All right, let's start with the last one, which was Brandon.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then just hit OK.
Yeah.
And then keep adding the rest.
There you go. Now, if we wanted to be granular with it, we can do one IP address for each rule
Yes, sir.
and name each rule differently. But since all of these are phishing sites, man, just lump them all in. And when we find more, we just come back to this rule and put in more addresses. Get what I'm saying?
Okay.
Now, customize interface to which this rule applies. Which remote IP address does this apply to? Let's say any. Hit next. And I'll let you decide what we want to do.
This includes connection that is protected with IPsec as well. Blocked connection.
There we go. And this will apply to all of those different domains.
Yes, sir.
And then we're going to name it.
So next.
Mm-hmm. So in the name of it, you could put something like block phishing domains. And then a good practice is to always put a description, a short description of why we're doing what we're doing. Only reason why is because when somebody comes behind you, and let's say if you're on vacation that day and they just started, then they can see exactly why you had a block in for those domains.
Yes, sir. Something like that.
Yep, look good to me. Hit finish. Congratulations. You just blocked those sites from communicating to that virtual machine.
That's doing it like the practicing like this with you makes it it looks easier than what I initially thought. I just have to remember the steps to go to get there. But
And that's what you do at work, right? So
yes,
we may do this week at work, and then next week I might say, "Hey, man, I got 3 more sites for you." And we got a month after that. Hey, do you remember how to block those sites? Hey, block these 2. Hey, Shirley called from marketing. She says that we're blocking one. I know we marked it as malicious. Hey, take that block off. And how would you take it off for one of those sites? You would go back into that rule and just remove that IP address that's associated with that site.
Okay.
And that's all. We will still keep that rule in because, hey man, we just gonna lump everybody that we think is malicious. We're gonna lump them in here. We're not gonna communicate to them at all.
See, I like this. I do. Because I watched you block IP addresses.
Lesson 12, implementing host security solutions. So we're going to talk about some firmware upgrades that we need to do, making sure our endpoints on our desktops, our laptops are secure. And we're also going to talk about embedded systems when it comes to security for them. So we're going to start off with the first thing that happens whenever you hit the power button on your laptop or whatever device that you're trying to boot up. It goes through a checklist to make sure that the hardware that is connecting to is all authentic. And we call this the root of trust. So with every manufacturer, whenever they put a motherboard together, you want to make sure that everything is what is there that's supposed to be there and nothing is foreign to implementation. So in order to make sure that every hack is not done software wise, it may come down to someone putting an extra chip on your motherboard in order to route back traffic or information. So we want to make sure that the root of trust is checked and make sure that it is up to date when it comes to the firmware side of things, and making sure that it stays secure. So whenever we do boot up our systems, we can see if anything has changed. So what I want you guys to understand is that we do have different ways that we can boot into our systems. We can use a secure boot and a measure boot. And while these things are important, is rarely used in the real world. What I want you to really focus in on, and when it comes to your firmware or your secure boot, is getting to your firmware, making sure that it's up to date. Just in case when we're running regular operations and security, sometimes we may see how a manufacturer says, hey, we have put an update out for the firmware on these different devices, and we just might have those devices in our network. So we want to make sure that we can get to that boot up page and update those firmware as much as possible, because a lot of times the firmware page is so quick to where we really don't think about updating it or making sure that it's secure. We just go right to our OS. So I want you guys to really make sure that you keep an eye out for any type of vendor update. Keep an eye out for firmware updates, and making sure that you can get to your firmware page and then upload the latest update. Now, in some cases, you'll see where IT departments secure and encrypt the whole hard drive that's on a device. And while this is good, it also serves some problems when it comes to efficiency, when it comes to workload, or someone setting up their laptop really in a quick situation and then having to log in once for the encryption of the hard drive, and then log in twice to actually get into the PC, and maybe log in again to get to the VPN. So you can see how this can be cumbersome. But when we're talking about very sensitive information, encryption of the whole hard drive could be a thing that we want to do, just in case we're doing a lot of traveling. Let's say we're working for the government and we encrypt that hard drive because we're going to a lot of out of the country places, and let's say if we leave the laptop on a plane. Now if it's unencrypted, then someone can run a password cracker on the login screen, hopefully get in, and then look at all the information that we have there. But if it's encrypted from the hard drive standpoint, then they have to know that password first in order to get the keys, in order to unlock that encryption to get into it. So as we working in the security department or IT, we're going to deal with a lot of vendors. There's no way around it unless you just have everyone that really kind of does everything in your shop. But more than likely, you're going to probably have to go out and seek additional help via a vendor or a third party. And the thing that we want to remember when it comes to Security Plus is that what types of risks do they bring into our environment? So do they practice the same security practices that we do? Because they may put in maintenance hooks and then come in at a odd hour at night in order to perform their tasks, or they may not use a VPN connection when it comes to remoting into your network. And so if we want their services, we need to make sure our interview processes are well thought out, and we understand what type of risks are we taking on when we're bringing on this cloud company, let's say. And let's say the cloud company does not have a backup to their backups, right? And so let's say, the worst happens and they get hit with a natural disaster. Now their data center's down, your information is lost, and they don't have a way of getting back up. Now that impacts your business because you're waiting on your cloud supporter to get back up. And so that's a risk that you have to factor in and you have to take account for, that if our data is unavailable because vendor A is not available,
What do we do? How do we suffice for that? How big of a risk should we want to take on that? And those are the type of things that we want to consider when, we're bringing in different outside services into our network. I think a lot of the things that we see on a normal basis is out of life systems and the lack of support when it comes to those end of life systems. A lot of places that I've been, they either are holding on to old software that's no longer supported. Maybe the company's not in business anymore, or they've been doing things so long in this way that they're not looking to upgrade or see a better way of doing things. The first thing that comes to my mind is when you go to a car dealership and they have the old inkjet printers, and it's doing the carbon side of paper, and it's printing like that. And I always wonder, why wouldn't a company just go to a inkjet a regular printer that just prints out the regular paper? Now maybe it's the regulations that's holding them back. Maybe they don't have the money to upgrade into a higher standard, but it's when that old type of printer breaks, who's going to be able to support that? Who's going to be able to get you parts for that printer? Who's able to get you ink for that printer, for that matter, or paper? So it kind of leaves you in a bind when it comes to actually running your business. Do you have the materials to actually run your business? Now, when it comes to end of life, when it comes to software, PC wise, I see a lot of people who have Windows 7 XP, Windows 8 in their environment, and they may not be in a position to buy the latest software, but they also may have employees who don't know how to work with the new software. So now the training comes into play, and you may lose production because we have to step back and train everyone again in order to work on this new system. So just be aware of that when working in the security field, that we want to push our latest and greatest out. But at the same time, we need to keep in mind that everyone is not ready to make the leap, the jump, and everybody's not trained to do so. So we need to make sure that our declining software is up to date as much as possible, but we also need to give them a deadline that, hey, we cannot go into a point where this is no longer supported. It's end of life. We must be gone by this date, and we must have people moved over. It's only this type of advice is only going to keep the business moving forward. So when you're doing that, vetting out that process of bringing on a third party into your network, you want to make sure that you understand some of the agreements that we have in order to keep them honest and put everybody on the same level when it's time for them to provide a service to you. So you want to make sure you have a memorandum of understanding, a MOU. If you're dealing with something secretive, or we have some type of trade secrets, or we have some information that we don't want disclosed to the public, we may want to have a NDA. And that NDA, you have them sign it, and then we can give them the information of what we do on a daily basis. So if we have our competitors all of a sudden know our ingredients to our secret cookies, then we could say, hey, it was probably these vendors who we've been interviewing in order to know this type of information. Now, you also want to know about the service level agreement. What type of services are they going to provide, and what time frame are they going to provide it? So if we use them for a call center actions, is it going to be 24 hours? How long would they respond to an emergency? Things like that. We can all be on the same level of understanding when it comes to what they're actually bringing to the table. So creating a host hardening process is usually comes with taking off applications that we don't necessarily use, only giving permissions where necessary, and making sure that we we reduce the attack area for the attacker as much as possible. And what I mean by that is that um, we are just not giving our users the desktop or laptop straight out of the box and everything is enabled and they can do whatever they want. That's a good way of having a large landscape of things that a hacker could go in and take advantage of, such as Bluetooth or certain ports may be open. Um, we may have applications that we never use on our laptop that may become vulnerable because of end of life just happened for that company that's not in style anymore, and we haven't changed that application because for whatever reason, and so we haven't did a rollout to actually roll back that application and take it off people's machines, and so it's just sitting there, just not bothering anyone. But if someone was to get into the network, get onto that host and see that application, then they can say, oh, you know what, that host has been vulnerable for such and such. Let's take advantage of that and see what we can get. That's what, we can eliminate by having a hardening process. We have a checklist of things that we want to go through and make sure that we manipulate on our devices to make sure that we close down things that we don't need, making sure that it becomes a harder uh, attack vector for the hacker. Now to kind of go into different types of software and different configuration factors that we want to go into that hardening process is having a baseline of configurations, and also when it comes to the registry too. We can use software that keeps a baseline of applications on our network. These softwares, they look at everyone that's on the network and they see if you added a application or some type of let's say code or a different type of agent onto your machine, that it could roll back unto a known good state and say, hey, it uninstalled that application that you installed yesterday because that's not our baseline. And in order to keep things on a level playing field and to make sure that no one is bringing in new attack vectors, I'm going to roll back to our baseline configuration, and you're going to start doing your work today because I've given you everything that you need to do your job. Another important part about host management is making sure that we have patch management. So think about every device that we have on the network uh, needs to be patched and updated with the latest firmware, as well as OS patches and application patches, pretty much monthly, on a monthly basis. And so making sure all these things are up to date and that we're not introducing any type of vulnerabilities because of the lack of patching is very important. Now, when you think of patching, I want you to think these are known vulnerabilities that are looking to be fixed through patches. When Microsoft gives you the warning and says, hey, it's time to patch your machine or update your machine, it's saying to you, hey, we noticed that there's something bad with your machine to where a hacker could take advantage of and get information from you. Please apply this update and that will solve that issue. That happens on a monthly basis. Now, to your knowledge, we will always have patches. There will be no end to that. OSs is millions and millions of codes, lines of code, and so there's a good chance that someone's going to catch something every month if we have enough eyes to look at it. And so that's why we have different types of vulnerabilities coming out. That's why we have different patches coming out. But it's our jobs as security professionals to make sure that we patch those devices as quick as possible. Now, you heard me talk about some agents that we could put on our desktop or our laptop, and those agents talk back to some type of console in order to bring a service. In this case of hardening or keeping our endpoints protected, we want to make sure that we have antivirus malware protection on our PCs, and 9 times out of 10 that they're going to probably do a IDS and a IPS function. So remember, IDS is intrusion detection, and IPS is intrusion prevention system. And so these the antivirus will be able to detect, and it's also be able to prevent by blocking the virus. Right now, we also want to have something kind of like a DLP agent where it will see if any sensitive information is leaving our laptop, and we want to make sure that it can be put in place too to detect it as well as prevent it from actually happening. So having these endpoint agents on our PCs is probably something that we want to put into our baseline configurations, and making sure that they are up to date as well. So all these things we want to take into consideration when it comes to having patches and making sure that we are protected overall when doing our daily tasks. Now, as antivirus has evolved over the years, it still is lackluster in some type of way of actually containing a spread or a outbreak of a virus. So we have these things called EDR protections, and this is where we have more functionality when it comes to an attack, and we can actually isolate devices on our network from being contacted from any other devices. So whenever our SOC, our security operations center, they contact us and say, hey, PC 123 is actually showing signs of this, that, and the third, we can use our EDR system to isolate it, basically kind of put it in its own silo within the network. Therefore, it cannot reach out to other PCs and affect them, but we can have a secure connection only to that PC in order to see what's going on with it and see if we can eradicate the problem before it gets out of control. So when we're talking about antivirus, more likely we're going to talk about a signature-based software that's going to download code that's similar to the malware that came onto the computer or would be coming onto the computer. They take this database that they download, these signatures, and they compare it to whatever files that you download or you add to your system. And then if they match, then they will flag it as a virus and quarantine it or delete it altogether. So this is what we mean by signature-based antivirus. Now, heuristic is getting a baseline to what's normal, and then anything that's abnormal, we will flag it as being malicious. We need to also be aware of embedded systems. These are things that could be low-powered Internet of Things, things that we could just plug into our PC and maybe get some extra functionality out of them. I like to think of a smartwatch, or kind of like a not necessarily an Apple Watch because that has a lot of functionality, but let's say like a Garmin watch or a Fitbit. These kind of embedded systems, they can get attached to our network and then maybe transfer some things back and forth. So we need to be mindful of those and see if we need to actually put on more security by locking down our USB ports and not allowing them to connect to our end devices. Now, in the cities, you have these industrial control centers or systems, and these are things that's in place that's controlling some type of, let's say, water system that the city uses to give everyone a clean system of water. Now, these systems that control these mechanic operations, they are not your typical, Windows 11 or latest iOS product. It is a old operating system that can't take any type of update. There hasn't been any code to update them. When you think about it, in order to update them, we need to cut off the system that is supplying everyone in the city, or town or what have you, and then upgrade that system. So it's kind of a catch-22 where we can't really do anything with them. So what we do is we will focus more on a physical side of security to make sure everyone doesn't have access to the system, making sure that it's in a secluded area and that is walled off, secured physically wise, in order for someone not to be able to get control of these systems and do any kind of harm. So like I mentioned with the water system, these systems also goes into, energy power plants, industrial, different types of facilities and logistic facilities. And can you imagine if someone were to get their hands on a system that could pollute the water that you and I drink? And there's nothing that we can see from it because we don't have those systems connected to the internet. So it's not going to give us a warning like that. We have to kind of just wait for the disaster to happen and actually react to it. But, in this case, we want to make sure that we take the precautions to, stop that before it actually happens. That's why we want to focus so much more on who has access to these systems and making sure that we vet them out. So I kind of touched on the Internet of Things earlier with the embedded systems, but just to kind of dive deeper into that, Internet of Things could be anything that connects to the internet and then desires some type of communication. And that could be, when you go to Lowe's and you see that new smart refrigerator that can connect to the internet and give you the morning page of the New York Times, and it can tell you what's in the refrigerator from whatever spot that you're at, because it can communicate to the router and the router can communicate to your cell phone while you're out in traffic. Well, it's so many things that's actually taking that type of characteristic where it needs to talk to the internet. As soon as you open it out of the box, it's looking for a Wi-Fi signal. And we have to be, as security professionals, we have to be aware of this coming into our network. We can bring things in from home and connect to our work internet. And now, from without your knowledge, you're letting another vector for a hacker to possibly get into, where we have everyone's wearing Apple Watches now, or we have some type of iPad that we're bringing into work, and these things need internet connection. I know the password for the enterprise network. I'm gonna just put it in and go ahead and connect my device so I can stay up to date. But like I said, these things bring in vulnerabilities also, because if we really think about it, who's actually have a up to date iPad or Apple Watch, or even headphones for that matter? And are we teaching our users to update these things before they actually bring them in and connect to our network? So other endpoints that we may have is different types of products that we actually need to do business. And I talked a little bit about how car dealerships had old printers that needed to print on old carbon paper. And those printers, 9 times out of 10, are sitting on the network. We also have VoIP phones that are voice over IP, using those as telephone devices. So we have different devices that we have, not only with our iPads and our device laptops. We also have different types of keypads that we may use in order to give extra functionality to our actual business. But the thing with that is that we want to take those things into consideration when it comes to security. Yes, your laptop is secure, but what about the keypad that we use for our customers to actually key in their social security number or key in their PIN number to their bank card? Have we updated the software on the keypad? Have we updated the software on our phones? And making sure that no one can see the traffic coming in and out of that. In today's world, we're doing more things with cameras and those cameras are able to upload the video directly to the internet or to your favorite social media site as soon as you hit stop. So those things, again, they connect to the internet, and then they're able to send traffic out as soon as possible. And we also have this thing where drones are giving they're shooting footage, and then they're able to send it to whatever cloud provider that they may be connected to. And all these things are great for functionality. They're great for the studio, and they bring that extra efficiency to work. But when it comes to a security side of it, and it comes to someone looking into hacking your network, these are open vulnerabilities flying around in the sky. And then, if we forget to patch those things, or we forget to change the default passwords on those devices, then we stand a chance of being compromised just by having extra functionality in our workforce. One field that we don't want to overlook is the medical field when it comes to different types of devices and what they can do, from everything from thermometers to heart pacemakers, I'm sorry, or ear aids. These are different devices that could be have embedded systems in them, or they can be so smart to where they want to talk on the internet. And so we need to make sure that, especially in the medical field, that we take accountability of these things, because we don't want different devices going into surgery and having a chance of, soon as it hasn't been turned on in so many months because it's not necessarily used on a daily basis, but since we have this surgery today, we're going to use this type of device. And now once it turns on and someone's they're getting ready to have surgery, and now it goes into a reboot because it's updating automatically. We need to make sure that we have those things already ready to go. We take an accountability of these devices, and that we have them ready to go to avoid situations like that. So like I've been saying before through this whole class, is that we want to make sure that we take accountability of them and know that they need to be patched at some point in time, or to make sure that we are up to date, and maybe they don't need to be patched for the next 4 years. But it's the fact that we're at a point now to where we know what firmware that needs to be updated, or if it's good to go for the next however time. And we probably need to check these things on a quarterly basis, every 3 months, and make sure that nobody's came out with a new update. And if you're talking about a OS, a normal operating system, we want to make sure we patch those things on a monthly basis. Or if not, if it's severe enough, we probably want to patch those things as soon as we learn about the patch. Okay, so just making sure that we take an accountability of those embedded systems, because again, those are gateways that we may not be aware of coming into our network. So the key points to review. In this lesson, we went over firmware and we went over patches. That's mainly what we went over and over in each slide. But it was also, we also touched on endpoint security when it came to our devices. What things do we bring into the network? How can these things communicate with our routers and our other devices that we have on the network? How do we provide security for those things? And for most cases, having a patch for them is probably our best choice. To have them patched and up to date could be our best choice when it comes to providing security for our endpoints. So lesson 13, let's start talking about secure mobile solutions. How do we put mobile devices in our network? How do we make sure they're secure as possible? And how do we manage those products? When it comes to the Security Plus, you want to know this about mobile devices is the deployment models. And the most popular one to be familiar with will be bring your own device. And that's when your employer is going to allow you to bring in whatever mobile phone and mobile phone carrier who you're with. And you're able to take that device and then connect to the internal network.
And so we already went over how important the internal network is, but now for me to let you bring in a outside device and put it onto our network, I'm opening myself up to any kind of vulnerabilities that you may have on your device. So you have some places that go about this model because it cuts costs, right? But some others may issue you a phone. Um, they may tell you to choose your own phone. So they may have different carriers and they tell you to pick between an Android or iPhone or what have you. So different types of deployment models. But the one that we really want to focus in on is bring your own device. That's the one that poses the biggest risk, in my opinion. Being able to let you just bring in whatever phone that you have, and now you can open up business documents on your phone. Now, whenever we're introducing mobile devices, we want to have some type of management system that can control the type of applications that we have on there, what type of patches that we want to push out. We want to have some type of system to say, hey, we want either a code that you put in, so like a PIN number, or do we want you to put in a pattern, or do we want you to use biometrics? We want you to use facial recognition to unlock the phone, what have you. So we want to make sure that we have these systems in place that we can manage our phones from a remote spot. Also, if you're going on let's say a trip and you have your business phone with you, this management system can have the ability to remote wipe any type of phone, or the phone that we're actually issued out. We can remote wipe just in case one of our clients, our users, loses that phone for whatever reason. We can send a signal to it, so instead of someone hacking into it, we can remote wipe that phone out. So this brings us to the different types of phones that we have to really choose from, and it's going to be between Android and iOS. Here we see how Microsoft Azure is actually controlling the Apple OS environment within our network. So a lot of times you'll see a Windows shop, and when I mean Windows shop, meaning a business that's fully Windows, or they're heavily Windows with some MacBooks maybe sprinkled throughout, but they're heavily Windows, and yet the the side of it is heavily Apple. So it's kind of funny to me how the mobile side of the industry is strictly Apple, but yet when it comes to desktops and PCs and servers, we're probably more heavy on the Windows side. But anyway, Microsoft Azure is actually controlling or managing the Apple phones that we have on this network. And this is a good way of saying what type of applications do you want on your phones, your customers' phones. What type of patches do we want to make sure that they see and that they actually get notice about, so they can actually apply those things. So having that controllability from a IT standpoint is something that we can do to control that security standpoint when it comes to the mobile devices. Now, what I forgot to mention is that, for the most part, Apple, the iOS system is very good with having people getting applications from the App Store. Where on the other hand, in the Android community, is not necessarily as, I want to say, as secure to get a good a good application from the Google Store, so to say, for your Android device. And the reason why I say that is that Android gives you a lot of playroom when it comes to the developers side of things. So if you ever notice how iOS is very structured, is pretty much cookie cutter based for every phone that you see. So if you know how to work a iPhone 4, you will have no problem with the 12 or 13. It's pretty much the same thing. Maybe some features that we may not know of, but it doesn't take much to figure them out and then actually use them in your day-to-day activities. Whereas in the Android gives so much leeway and play for the developers to customize their applications as well as the OS, is that you can easily get something that's may have a lot of vulnerabilities in it from the App Store, and that's a downfall. To me, that's a downfall for Android. But I love the customization of it. But that's me being my own opinion. But in the enterprise, we want to make sure that we understand from a security standpoint that this customization to our applications and to our phones may pose a threat, right? And so we want to make sure that we have some type of software that can also, not only if we have Apple devices in our environment, that they can talk to Apple as well as Android as well, and making sure that we can push out those patches and making sure that we keep that management console around those devices. So, like I said, to reiterate what this control panel or this control system is going to do, we can put passwords in and we can customize the password to, are we gonna go 6 digits or 4 digits? Are we doing a pattern where we draw out a pattern with our finger? Are we doing passwords in a combination of PIN? So I think the latest one that I've seen is they want you to do numbers as well as letters for your login PIN. Now, biometrics is a good one to use, I believe, in my opinion, but it could be kind of scarce around individuals who don't want to use biometrics or don't want to have their face um, embedded, quote unquote, into the phone to have it memorized or to remember your face or fingerprint. So you may get some pushback on the biometrics, and you might have to rely on the PIN and the password in order for your users to use their devices. But it will behoove you to actually implement one of the other, if not two, in order to have a multi-factor when it comes to your mobile devices. So like I stated before, that kill switch, the remote wipe, having that feature is very good when it comes to having someone in your environment that travels a lot, uh, and they are keeping a business phone on them or a tablet, and they maybe, late night or late flight, and they leave their mobile device on a bus or on a plane. And so now, whenever they report back to you and say, "Hey, I lost my phone on the plane. What do we need to do?" You can go ahead and go into your mobile management system and send out a remote wipe signal to that phone. And once that phone checks in with the antenna, or I'm sorry, the satellite, it will receive the command and then process the remote wipe process for that phone. And now, whenever someone gets it, they may have the phone and they may have something that's wiped and clean already, but at least they're not giving up any kind of business information, right? Sometimes you might want to put a full disk drive encryption on your mobile devices. So I think in the other class I mentioned how we will want to encrypt the whole hard drive on your laptop, just to kind of ease our notion of any type of lost device. And then once it's lost, then let's say I lost it in a place where it cannot reach the satellite, and therefore it can't get the remote wiping signal in order to wipe. And so now it's just pretty much open. But if I have put a full encryption on it, then that person, whoever may seize it, they gotta know the key or the password in order to get past that first layer of the fence in order to see the contents of the mobile device. Now, in the conjunction of having a remote wipe session or feature, you can have location services on there as well. So tracking the phone, tracking the tablet is also a good way of keeping up with it, seeing exactly where it did someone leave it there, or if it's out of the reach of whoever was responsible for it. So geolocation and then geofencing and geotagging will fall into this category, and that's basically putting a tracking device on that mobile device, making sure that once it talks to the satellites in space, right, it's talking to those satellites, it's getting a geographical location on it, and then reporting back to that management server that we are using to actually manage our mobile devices. So just keep in mind that you've seen this thing before. If you ever have used the Android and it says find my phone, more than likely it's sending out a Bluetooth signal to that phone to actually find it. That's kind of a low grade point of it, but a better example would be find my iPhone for the Apple products, and that's going to have you log into a management type of a console, right? Your Apple ID, you use your Apple ID to log into your account, and then once you want to see where that iPhone is exactly what you see here on this slide, where it shows you a map and it shows you the geolocation of where your iPhone or iPad is at. So application management, it's important to understand what's the baseline of our phones. Do we want our users to put any type of application on their phone, or do we want to keep it to business only applications? And I think the first thing we want to do is just put that out in the policies first of what's accepted and then what we will not accept, because every application is not meant to be used on a business phone, in my opinion. So we want to set the baseline for it first, but then we want to use our management system to actually, if we want to roll back any type of add-on applications to it, or maybe restrict any type of download of unauthorized apps. So we want to make sure that we lay a baseline and then we let our users know, hey, you can put bank applications on your phone, but we're going to refrain from using any kind of social media applications on our phones. And the reason why we want to do that is because, and especially for that actual scenario when it comes to not letting someone use social media applications on their phone, is because it comes down to content management, right? If we're able to look at different types of business emails on our phones and then mistakenly upload those things to a social media platform, then we are essentially leaking out information into the outside world, the public, right? That's what I'm trying to have you see when it comes to data loss, is that it's almost like an imaginary line around the business that I want you to think about. But the different ways that data can actually leave the business and go into the public side is many different ways. So it doesn't necessarily have to be through an email from the inside of the building to the outside. It could be a mishap. It could be someone taking a picture of the inside of your building and then posting it in LinkedIn. And now if I'm a hacker doing reconnaissance, I can just look at your profile and figure out, oh, okay, they have this type of doorway, they have this type of locks. I need to prepare myself in this type of manner, right? So that's what content management kind of goes into. Do we want to take that risk of having people leak out information intentionally or unintentionally? Another risk that we take into consideration when it comes to mobile devices is rooting and jailbreaking. It used to be a hot little thing to do when to get a Fire Stick, an Amazon Fire Stick, and then jailbreak it in order to get so many channels on it, right? Same thing goes for mobile devices or any kind of customization to the iOS platform, is that we take it and then we jailbreak it, quote unquote. And then now it unlocks this kind of a special feature set. But jailbreaking causes a vulnerability, right? It opens another doorway to the sensitive information that may be on the phone. So how do we take accountability of that? How do we prevent that type of action that be happen? Or is it something that we just need to accept, and then we set our policies up to punish whenever if we ever find out that something does happen like that?
So the next thing I want you guys to think about when it comes to mobile devices is how do we actually connect, right? Are we using telephone connections? When I say telephone connections, I mean, are we using the actual phone carrier's connection in order to communicate on the network? And or are we using some type of Wi-Fi signal? So for those who don't know, those are two different networks that we could be connected to. So if we're just, let's say we're not using Wi-Fi for that point in time, and we're only using the AT&T bars, then that's a whole different network than versus if we're connected to the local Wi-Fi that we're in the building, right? Also, because not only could somebody be leaking or sniffing the network on the Wi-Fi side, you could see some type of leakage on the networking of the telephone company side as well. So we want to be mindful of that. We also want to be mindful of if we're going to give our customers, our users, hotspots in order to connect. Maybe that might be a better secure way in order to transfer the data back and forth. It's not about transferring personal data. It's about the business data being on that phone or accessible on the phone. If that makes sense. Is not so much that I'm worried about who am I calling on my cell phone. It's the fact that I can open up a professional email and read sensitive documents on that phone or on that iPad. And now I'm connected to this game that I downloaded, but on the back end of that game, it allows remote users to go in and then look at the kernel or transfer or transverse through my phone to see what type of files I have open or saved downloaded on the phone. Right. So that's the thing that I want you guys to really get when it comes to the importance of why even worry about mobile devices. Okay, so to go and finish this slide up, we're talking about connecting either Wi-Fi or cellular services, but also do you want to give hotspots? Do we want to make sure that we put in another mobile device to create a network in order to have more control of what our users connect to? Because a lot of times our users go and they're not really looking for a secure way of connecting. They just want to connect because they have a certain job that they need to do in a certain amount of time, and maybe connecting to the local Starbucks is the closest and fastest thing that they can do. So we want to make sure that we take all those things into consideration when we have users that's on the go. So another way we could connect is through Bluetooth. And while Bluetooth will not give you the Wi-Fi connection type of network, but it can send information from one device to the next, right? And so we seen a lot of this when in the earlier days where we had PDAs and we could connect from one PDA to the next, and they can send traffic or let's say contacts back and forth. And you don't really see it nowadays that often because we kind of send it through the data plan or the actual network. But back in the day, you would just get close to the actual mobile device, and then it will actually jump over. We see a lot of that now with the NFC near field communication feature with tap to pay, or you go up to the register and then you put your phone to the register keypad and it pays for whatever item that you want to pay for. But nevertheless, Bluetooth connections can be vulnerabilities as well, right? Being able to know that it's on and it's listening. It's listening for whatever communication signal out there that wants to talk to it. And then in certain cases where you don't need a pin to actually connect, that device can actually connect to it and then start communicating back and forth. We see a lot of that with headphones. Headphones, they will turn on the Bluetooth and then it's waiting for any person to connect to it, and it will connect to it and then start communicating back and forth. Whereas in your laptop automatically probably has Bluetooth on and it's waiting for someone to put in a pin in order to pair it.
Same thing goes for your car. But we want to make sure that our customers, our clients, they are aware that Bluetooth can bring some risk, and for the most part, we want to make sure that Bluetooth is turned off if not needed, right? So we want to make sure that we want to stay away from things like bluejacking or blue snarfing, where people can send unsolicited information to your phone or tablets, or take things from it in the case of blue snarfing. To kind of piggyback off of Bluetooth and going into infrared and RFID, sorry, is kind of having these close interaction with people and being able to pull off their information just by having that radio frequency ID, pull that information off. So a lot of times you'll see, if you look on TV, you'll see a commercial where they're promoting a wallet that has a radio frequency ID blocker on it. It has some type of magnet on it, right, to stop that communication field from actually happening. And what would happen in the attack is that if they show on TV, they will show somebody sitting on the same bench as you in a park, and while they're not doing anything towards you, they're close enough now to where their phone or whatever device they have can pull the information from your wallet. So it's pulling the information off of your credit cards and debit cards. And then now they have that information. They can go in, you've just been basically robbed, right? So in order to stop that type of attacks, people will put in these magnets that breaks up that communication field. So we want to make sure that we are aware that it happens. I personally haven't seen it happen, but hey, it might have happened and no one told me. So just make sure that you understand that type of attacks does happen, and it's pretty much getting into a personal space with someone, and then now that communication field has become open, and you can actually transfer data that way. Now, I brought this up earlier in the slides with near field communications, that NFC. Uh, Now, it's not such a bad thing, right? In order to use this type of communication, it just can be used in the wrong way. But it's also becoming a more convenient way for people to pay for different items. So you see this communication becoming more prevalent in places like gas stations and gas pumps, where you could just point your phone or your card up to the device, and then it there's no swiping, there's no inserting the card and then pulling it out. It's simultaneously communicating back and forth the information that's needed in order to pay for the service. Another connection that we have when it comes to our mobile devices is just plain old USB connections. And sometimes we like to plug in our phones to our laptops just to kind of charge them up throughout the day, especially in a business setting. But it's also a way that we can transfer data from one device to the next, right? So let's say if I'm plugging up my business phone to my personal laptop, and my personal laptop is affected, well, guess what? I just open up another gateway into our business without me really knowing it, right? So as you could tell, there's so many ways that our data could actually just be leaked out without people really kind of taking it into accountability, or really, they could be wanting to do the right thing. It's just convenient wise, it was convenient to plug into your laptop at that time, but if you didn't know that your laptop was vulnerable at that point in time, and maybe had someone, it was part of a botnet, and now is going into the business side of things with your company, now we can pull that information, and it just creates a whole big mess, right? So how do we fight the USB connection and data transfer without our permissions? Is 9 times out of 10 we're probably going to write some type of policy, group policy, to shut down our USB ports. And when I mean shut down, meaning
we want to not have them communicate or mount the device onto the hard drive. We want them to maybe power the device, give it a charge, but it doesn't open up that gateway to actually communicate back and forth. So we want to make sure that is in a disabled, but yet in order to charge, make sure that's enabled. We also want to be aware of SMS type of notifications. So any kind of text that's coming in or any kind of notification that's pushed to our phones, make sure your users are aware of what type of notification that may come from your business, and then what may be spam or some type of phishing type of campaign that comes in from a text form, right? So we want to use we can use SMS for helpful things like adding another factor of authentication when it comes to logging in, saying, hey, we logged in when I use a name and password, but now the server sends us a notification on our phone, says, hey, we're going to give you a code on your computer screen. You may see something for you to type in a code. Type this code in. That way it's used in a good way, because if you don't have that phone, then I can't. 9 times out of 10, I'm gonna say, hey, my user will have their phone on them. So in order to know that this is you using this username and password, I'm gonna send this to your phone because you should have that too. And then now plug that in. Now you authenticated. I trust that this is you, right? But at the same time, it could be something used in a bad situation where I'm sending you a link in a text message, and I'm asking you, hey, would you take a look at this file that the finance department shipped over, and it's from a random number or a random person, and you don't know anything about it, but they use the terminology that you're working with, so you click on it, and now you open up that gateway to someone else to actually go in there and see what's going on. So overall, we want to make sure that we have our mobile devices patched as much as possible to ward us away from any type of vulnerabilities that may be on our mobile devices. Just like how we want to take care of our PCs and our laptops and servers, we want to take that same approach when it comes to the firmware on our actual phones. When Android and Apple say that, hey, we have updates ready, it's for security reasons, and for functionality as well. You may get a little bit more of a functionality standpoint, so Apple may give you some new emojis, but if you really read what's going on when it comes to the updates, they're saying, hey, this update is to provide more security to the phone, basically. So just make sure that your users are updating their phones, making sure that they are connecting to a Wi-Fi connection and pulling in all those over-the-air updates and updating those firmware. So the same thing goes for your mobile cars, right? Your actual Teslas and your new high-speed car. That's it takes an over-the-air update. You might want to connect it to your home Wi-Fi in order to receive such a big package like that, and then now apply it to the car firmware. So in this lesson, we went over several things that can help you out when it comes to your mobile devices and the management of them. We want to make sure that we give our functionality to our customers, our users, and making sure that they can do their job efficiently. But at the same time, have them understand that these are just small computers that they have in their hands, and that they can open up other gateways for people to come in and actually see business data on those phones, those tablets. So making sure that we have the proper management system for them, and that they're up to date, putting in the proper policies to making sure that we have the applications that we want on our machines, and that our users know how to properly manage them under their care. So let's get into lesson 14. This is securing application concepts. We're going to talk about different types of web application attacks that we may encounter, and how do we put things in place to ease that pain if ever faced with that challenge.
So when it comes to your applications, you want to make sure that you have proper coding whenever you're working in an environment where you have a department actually creating an application. You want them to actually use proper coding, and in order to do that is pretty much based on validation of the code. So whenever someone writes the code, you want someone else backing them up to read that code and validate that it is proper code, and that you take any kind of mistakes out of it. So we want to make sure of that, but we also want to make sure when give it permissions to let's say like a third party application where we don't know the source code to that application, we want to make sure that they don't have more permissions that's needed in order to run the application, because hackers, what one of their traits is looking to have more permissions than actually needed. And so if I have more permissions, then I can manipulate and have the application do what I want it to do because I have the permission to do so. Now, when we're talking about developing an application in-house, we're talking about building code. And like I said before, we want that input validation. We want to make sure that code is actually validated by someone else who did not write the code. This way we could prevent things like buffer overflow, where we have we want a set number of characters to only go in to our, let's say, field, our username field, right? To give the example that you see here on the screen is that you have a set number, but let's say the hacker says, hey, I'm going to put some extra characters in there to see if it sends a error code to the database and therefore spills out the information that I would like to see in a memory bank somewhere. So this is how you get kind of like a memory leak, where it leaks out information because the server doesn't know how to deal with the extra characters that's put in. So we need a buffer there to actually say, hey, this is the capacity, this is the limit of what you can actually put in. So if let's say for most usernames, it's between 8 to 12 characters. And let's say let's say there's no buffer and I put in a whole script of code into that username box. Well, it may send an error there because remember, servers are there to actually try to figure things out and understand what you're trying to do. It's listening for a command and then trying to give you the results. And so hopefully if I put all of that script into that username box, it may kick back some information that I wanted, such as give me all the usernames and account numbers that's in your database. Okay. And we want to look out for DLL injections as well. This is where it's kind of like when I was just explaining with the buffer overflow, that server is looking to give you some type of answer because you requested something from it. And that's the way we need to look at servers. Servers are there to actually serve you in some type of way. They're trying to give you some type of service. Well, a DLL is some extra functionality to that application that's trying to give you some extra function that makes your life easier when it comes to using the application. The first thing that comes to my mind is maybe like when you're using a calendar, it will give you the calendar for the next, 25 years, right? So that extra functionality on, let's say, the application being Microsoft Outlook, that DLL driver that's sitting in the background of the application is built only to get that information from the server to say, hey, I want the next 25 years of calendar months, and we're going to store them until the user is ready to see them. But if I manipulate that DLL, whenever it calls out, I can have it call out to a rogue server and then have it deliver malicious software to your machine instead of those functions that it was built for. Have that same mindset when it comes to APIs too, application programming interface. That same mindset of someone taking advantage of the extra functionality that you want to have between two applications. So we're going to use the API for these two applications that normally wouldn't talk to each other. We're going to have them talk Imagine if someone were to manipulate that line of communication. Now it can be redirected to their will. But we can eliminate this or reduce the risk of it by having some type of input validation. Again, this is having someone look at the code after it's written. That input validation part is going to show up again and again on the test. So just be aware of it. Now let's talk about replay attacks. Replay attacks is taking tokens or cookies that we have accumulated with our web browsing and then taking those cookies or session keys and then replaying it back to restart the session again. And then if I'm a hacker, then I'm going to manipulate whatever I want to after that. So if I go to a spot, let's say my banking account, and they give me a session key in order for me to do some transactions, but then I'm compromised in a way and the hacker sees my session key. Hopefully it had a time to live on it, which is a TTL, and that normally cuts the session off at a certain amount of time. But sometimes you could take those session keys and put them back into a browser and it still has your account open. For example, if have you ever been browsing on the internet and you close out the window, but then you close out the window, let's say to Facebook, but then you still have the actual Chrome window browser open, and you still open another tab in your session for your Facebook account is still logged in and actively running. So those are kind of just ways of seeing how your session can actually live without it being timed out, automatically going to a log out state. So we want to make sure that if we're building our own applications, we put those things in. How long should we be idle before we actually kill that session key? Or should we be taking cookies from our users and keeping them for data purposes? So these are things that we want to keep in mind when building our applications. We also want to be aware of these session hijacking and the cross-site request forgery. And this is where we are encountered by a link from the attacker that redirects us in some type of way or fashion or form. The main thing that we want to remember here is to teach our clients not to trust everything that we see when receiving emails or links in chats or links that are sent to you via the text. Sometimes links are very hard to read, and then even if they're easy to read, sometimes just one character can throw you to a whole different type of server somewhere that you didn't want to go. And sometimes these servers can give a front web page that looks promising. It looks like it's no harm to it, but you don't know what they're taking from you on the back end. We also want to watch out for cross-site scripting, and that's where a malicious hacker takes a script and embeds it on a legit website, and maybe the website owner doesn't know that malicious script is on there, but it's there as a gateway to their malicious site, right? Or to gain some kind of access from your PC. So we want to make sure that we are aware of that. As security professionals, I put here on the second bullet, you can see that csi.forcepoint.com, we can go there and actually plug in the website that we are weary of, or just to check to see if there are any type of malicious links on there, and then we can warn our clients or whoever, hey, we might want to avoid that website until the owner fixes those issues that's on their site. Now, SQL attacks, I should have had this SQL attack slide right behind the buffer overflow slide, but it is pretty much how I like to group those things together. Is the SQL attack is normally how I look at a buffer overflow. I'm going to plug something into the username that's a SQL injection, and thinking that since SQL is probably going to have some type of if I'm using a username and password, I'll probably have some database of all users that's using this platform that I got, and they probably have some passwords to them or an account associated with them. So if I could put in a query attack for that, then hopefully the server will give me back all the names that's here in the database. So that's what I like to do when I'm thinking about a SQL injection attack. Is more of giving a command to a SQL database and then telling them to give me all of the information that's within the server. Along with SQL injections, we also have XML and LDAP injections. And all of these injections are pretty much going around the same route, right? I'm interjecting something that wasn't supposed to be there in the beginning, and I want something from it. That's where a hacker is going to come at it at that standpoint. And again, it all goes back down to input validation, making sure that we avoid things like this, because we can avoid it in the beginning of building it. And if we've skipped that part, and then now we pushed our application out real fast, when that vulnerability shows itself, we need to then make a revision to it, and then that's how you get application upgrade, that 2.0, because we needed to fix this issue, this XML issue that we had. And you don't want to take away that functionality or give so many revisions out so short of and so many short of a time, because it takes away from your customer's experience, right? So we just want to make sure when building an application, we want to make sure that we have the right people looking at the code and validating each other. Now, as a security professional, it's always good to give guidance when it comes to building an application in a corporate environment. So we want to take our people who are using code to build our applications. We want to make sure that they use the OAuth's website in order to see best practices on when writing code, or what's the top 10 vulnerabilities that we face when it comes to web applications. So this is a good way where we can point them in the right direction, so we can build our applications right the first time, and hopefully just make small revisions and not necessarily really big ones on a regular basis. So how should you handle your cookies when browsing on the internet? You want to make sure that we have cookies for the convenience of it, but we also want to make sure that we are not using the persistent, having our cookies be so persistent to where we never clean them out. Meaning, for example, for me, I use the cookies just so I can stay logged in to ESPN and I can play my fantasy sports, right? And I don't like to log into ESPN just to get to that profile to play my fantasy sports. So I keep the cookies there to keep that session going. But I have to keep in mind that I have cookies that's for other sites as well that's keeping me logged in to those accounts. And so I will say on maybe 2 to 3 months, I clear out my cookies, I clear out the browsing history, and I make sure that I start back over, because you don't want to get into a point where if you are compromised and someone is snooping around on your PC, that they can look into your cookies and then find out where you've been, and then actually see if there's some sessions automatically authenticated in there. And so now you have basically let them into an account that they really may have been looking for, but they're glad that it's always been open because you kept the cookies on your web browsing history. So I talked a lot about in-house applications. If we're building it, then we're going to use input validation to actually look at the code, have someone else look at the code, maybe even have someone else look at the code. But let's say if we're using third-party applications. Let's say if we bought the application and now we're going to put it in-house. The main thing that we want to make sure in that situation is that we make sure that they don't have any vulnerabilities that's out there, and make sure if they do, that we have the patches ready to go for that application. We may need to put it in a test environment, see how it works, see if it still works with everything else that's in our environment, and then push it out to the mass. But we want to make sure that we understand that there's no vulnerabilities coming from outside into our environment now. So just make sure that you understand that when bringing in others applications, because when you're bringing in a third-party application, more than likely you're not able to see that code that they're using to make it. They're going to give you a finished product, and whatever the application does, it does. And you're not able to go in and see the source code and actually change it to customize it to your ability. Not all of them do that, but majority of them that you would come in kind of with are going to have some type of block on it. So just make sure that they don't have any type of known vulnerabilities that we know that you know of, and then if they do, making sure that you have the patches ready to roll out. You can also use some type of coding practice where we're using obfuscation on, and this is kind of like a big word for it, but another word for it is just using camouflage. And a good example is what you see a lot of times when it comes to passwords. When you're typing in your passwords, you're getting these little stars or you get dots instead of actual letters of what you're seeing. But now, for convenience purposes, they have the little eye that's at the end of the password block, and you can hit that and you can see what you typed in. Because I get it, once you start typing in 14 characters, it's kind of hard to remember if you hit the A or did you hit a P. So I get it, but you can have that obfuscation there to hide things in front of people and make things secure without being so secretive. Now, when we're building our own applications, we want to make sure we test it and test it and test it before we actually send it out to what we call production, when we are putting it into play for others to use, our clients to use, maybe our coworkers to use. When we're building the application, we want to make sure that that application team is testing it, putting it against stress testing, and making sure that they may run some type of let's say they do a buffer flow over attack on it, and let's say they do a SQL injection attack on it. See how it actually reacts when it comes to putting those attacks onto the application. How would it react? Will it give out information? Is it something that we need to actually change before we put it into production? Because once we put it into production, now, like I said, if we find out later that it does something that we don't like, we need to roll out another revision of it or update to it. Right? So we want to make sure we do all these the fuzzing and these stress tests beforehand before we actually push it out to the public. Now, in a corporate environment, when we're rolling out a application, we want to make sure we have a process, some type of plan in order to deploy the application. But at the same time, we want to make sure that we have a process of removing whatever application is coming in to replace. If it's coming in to replace something, we want to have a process of removing applications that we're not using anymore. And we all know why, because if we're going to say, hey, we got the new latest and greatest of what we need, we don't need the old. And if we're just going to keep the old on the PC, now we're just leaving something to be a risk factor later on. It could be manipulated by someone else because we're not using it. So it's best for us to just take it off the PC and dispose of it that way. But we also, going back to deploying the new application, we need to understand that we need a rollback plan just in case something happens, or the rollout didn't go as planned, or someone turned off their PC that night and now they couldn't receive the application over the internet. So we need to have this a plan in place to actually push the application, take away the old application, and then have some type of review of what we can do when it comes to how do we do it better. Now, when it comes to the version control, we also want to make sure for the third parties, for third-party applications that we bring into the company, we want to make sure that we're probably one version behind the bleeding edge of what they're putting out. To give an example, is that if I'm Microsoft and I want Microsoft Office, and Microsoft Office is on version 16. I want, as a business, I want to be on version 14 at least, because or version 15. The reason why I want to be on version 15 at least is because I'm not willing to see if there's any issues with 16, and I know 15 has already had a limit, so to say, right, of vulnerabilities and things that they have made. So I'm going to stay with 15, make sure it is patched up as much as possible, and then have 16 in a test bubble. So whenever they move to 17, I can then roll out version 16. Now let's talk about software diversity. Now this is having some type of obfuscation when it comes to the different types of software that you have in your environment. You don't want to make everything so Microsoft driven or Cisco driven. We don't want to be a Apple shop all together. Like, we want to have bits and pieces of it. The reason why is because when you are just one shop, let's say if everybody's a Cisco is on Cisco devices, and then Cisco comes out, the company comes out and says, hey, all of our devices are vulnerable to remote coding and remote coding vulnerability, and it's a very critical vulnerability, and for right now we don't have an answer for it. Now everybody in the shop is pretty much vulnerable to this attack. In turn, it brings a big risk to you having to stop operations because you are vulnerable to this vulnerability. The one that comes to mind when it comes to an example is SolarWinds. SolarWinds just had a big vulnerability to where it pretty much crippled the applications across the board. Well, you had a lot of companies that would get that whole stack, because not only SolarWinds will offer some type of network appliance or device, they would also offer a application for help desk, or they may offer some other application for logging and SIM activities. So across the board, across that whole stack of applications, now you can't really do anything because all of this, all of the applications associated with them are vulnerable. So we want to make sure that we have a good diversity of vendors in our environment. We want to make sure that we're not all using the same products, but they work well together. We want that. We want things that work well together, but not necessarily made by the same company. And that gives a good diversity and a good security measure when coming into the